Madam President, are you ready for me to call roll?
Yes.
Trish Bodie,
Here.
Gloria Gonzalez de Lucia,
Here.
Alexis Grimes,
Here.
Aaron Johnson,
Here.
Christine Maurer,
Here.
Anna Smith.
Here. It is 6:19 p.m. and with a quorum of our board present, I now call this meeting of the Leander ISD Board of Trustees to order. Board members, we have an exciting evening and agenda this evening, and starting us off on our agenda will be our oath of office. So, Sade, make sure I see. Okay, if you're ready, we'll go over here and we'll administer your oath. And then when we're done administering the oath, you will sit over there and we'll get on to board business. All right. Okay. Hello. Hello. Do you want to do sideways so we can see y'all? Yeah. Let's make sure we see you guys. You don't need to see me, I need to see y'all. Do you want me to stand on the other side of her? Is that better? Okay. All right. You want me to do a test? Can you hear me? Oh. Good evening, everyone. This is a test. Not of an emergency broadcast system, just a test to make sure that we are working. Are we good, y'all? Okay.
So, do you pass the mic on to me?
Oh, you want me to keep talking? So oh, there we go.
You pass the mic on to me.
I'll put the mic in front of you. So we'll do the pledge. I'm not going to be able to hold my right hand and the paper at the same time, I don't think. Maybe I can do it this way. Then we'll raise our hand. We'll do the pledge. You have it in front of you too. It's your oath, actually, not your pledge, sorry. And then I'll say it and I'll put it back in front of you to let you say it after me. Did we stall enough? Did that get you enough that y'all needed? We're good? Okay. I'm not going to raise it. You raise your right hand. I state your name.
I, Sade Fashokun,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will faithfully execute
that I will faithfully execute
the duties of the office of School Board Trustees of the State of Texas
the duties of the office of School Board Trustee of the State of Texas,
and will, to the best of my
and will, to the best of my ability,
preserve, protect,
preserve, protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
and laws
and laws
of the
of the
United States
United States
and of this state,
and of the state,
so help me God.
so help me God.
We did it! All right, Sade, so if you want to go ahead and take your seat over here. I don't know if that microphone and the feedback was meant to haze you or haze me, but I think we both got caught in the process. It is official. Welcome to the Leander ISD Board of Trustees. All right, audience and board members, we'll be going on to our opening ceremony to the Pledge of Allegiance. Before we stand, I'd like to introduce who will be leading us in our pledge this evening. Cadet Seaman Apprentice Evelyn Lopez Vega of the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC at Vista Ridge High School will lead the Pledge of Allegiance and Texas Pledge. Cadet Lopez Vega is the first-year cadet and the 8th grade student at Henry Middle School. 8th grade, y'all. She is an active member of the Lone Star Company's Unarmed Drill Team and Color Guard. She has been active in community service as a volunteer at the Veterans Memorial Park. She recently earned designation as Cadet of the Month for her demonstrated loyalty, reliability, patriotism, and exceptional performance of duty during the month of September. Cadet Lopez Vega's performance and dedication reflect most favorably on the Lone Star Company Navy Junior ROTC, her school, and the district. Well done, Cadet. All right, if y'all please stand.
Will you please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance and the Texas Pledge? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. The Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
If you'd join me in a moment of silence, please. Thank you.
All right, board members and audience, thank you again for joining this evening. We now have a very special moment of our agenda where we do a spotlight on learning. We will have Cedar Park Middle School representatives come up.
Is it working? All right. Take off my mask. Madam President, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gearing, good evening and thank you for your leadership and support for our students, families, and the staff of our district. I'm Dr. Keith Morgan, proud principal of Cedar Park Middle School. Cedar Park Middle School opened in 1995 and is located in the heart of Cedar Park. We currently have 1,300 students, and we have over 120 staff members of the Leopard family. We are a part of the Cedar Park High School feeder pattern, and our main elementary schools that feed into Cedar Park Middle School are Nauman, Cypress, Westside, and Deer Creek. Our school vision statement is to empower all learners to be compassionate, inclusive, and value diverse perspectives while in a safe, supporting learning environment in order to achieve their goals. This year, our theme is to cultivate and connect. Our focus is on building relationships and getting to know our students. We want them to grow and be connected through our sports teams, fine arts, and over a dozen clubs and organizations. We also want our students to be empowered to take ownership through choice and relevant learning in our classrooms. Courses at Cedar Park Middle School prepare them for our future world and challenge them to problem solve and think critically. This last year, we surveyed our students and asked them what courses they would be excited to take. After a lot of collaboration from our teachers, counselors, and administration, we were able to offer a wide variety of engaging CTE courses. I would like to show you a video that gives you a look at these courses. This video was created and directed by students from our multimedia class. Thank you to Nisa Sharma, our multimedia teacher, for making final edits to this video. And thank you to our students, Kira Cox and Lulu Lynch, for hosting this video. Let's roll it.
Thanks, Dr. Morgan. I'm Kira. And I'm Lulu. And this is Leopardcast. Today we're here to talk about all the cool classes that are new to Cedar Park Middle School this year.
Yeah, there are so many new classes this year and lots to choose from.
All of these new classes are part of CTE, which stands for Career and Technical Education.
Wow, getting career education in middle school, that's pretty awesome.
Well, Lulu, we've got some videos from the classes. Should we check them out?
Heck yeah!
We're going to start off with our new 6th grade class, Intro to STEM.
STEM is a class where kids learn to think. We also just want to open their eyes to things that are available. How do you feel about this class?
It's one of my favorite classes, and I look forward to it each day. It's really it's all about engineering and that's all the things that I love, and I really love this class.
What do you think is most fun about this class?
I really like solving the problems and all the different projects we get to do.
That's so cool. I wish we had that class when we were in 6th grade.
I know. Kira, did you know that Gateway has changed a bit from last year?
Really? How so?
Let's check it out.
All right, Gavin, what is your favorite thing about being part of Gateway?
Definitely building stuff. A lot of sheds and create lots of stuff.
What's your favorite thing that you've built in Gateway so far?
Probably a mini shed.
I like that you work as a team and you really get to do hands-on activities. And what's your favorite activity that you've done so far in Gateway? Definitely building my bedroom in an architecture app.
I personally think Gateway is a great start to engineering and robotics, simple code. But if you take computer science along with it, it's a really good start if you want to go down the path of engineering or coding with your life.
I like Gateway because you can create anything with code. Like anything that you want to turn on a light bulb, there's probably a way to code that.
Another new CTE class this year is Fundamentals of Computer Science.
Oh yeah, they seem to be doing some interesting things in that class.
I like how we get to learn how to code, and we've got more freedom than something such as I've done other classes with a bit of coding, and it's just like you have to do these specific things, but this is like make a website. There's pretty much no restrictions. So what does it say? So it says describe each page on your site and who is in charge of it.
It's very fun, and I can express my creativity and make web pages. And it's nice to meet new people and have groups and make some new friends.
I also heard there was a business class happening.
Yeah, it's called Entrepreneurship, and we can check it out now.
We use real-world problems and can do very realistic solutions. So, maybe we'll be able to solve a problem that everyday students face.
I like that you get to work in groups and you can make a lot of new friends.
There's just so many life skills that are being learned in this class that you would not necessarily get in other classes because we're actually doing it. We're actually making products that we're going to be selling.
You want to be an entrepreneur when you grow up?
Probably. I would want to be a small business owner, like own an ice cream shop.
Yeah.
We still have tech apps.
And yearbook journalism.
Let's see what they're up to now.
What is your favorite thing about being in tech apps?
I think it's probably about learning new tricks because I definitely learned some things about stuff like Google Slides and Google Sites. I didn't know what Google Sites was until I joined Tech Apps. and I think it's just like the whole environment about learning new things about technology is really nice.
Yeah, and what's your favorite thing that you've learned so far this year?
So yeah, I think it's like we did a career project and I got to set up my career. I think it would be good to start thinking about that. It may not be something for a lot of people, but it is something for me.
I like how creative it is.
Well, I like the collaboration and teamwork. We come together as a family to make yearbooks year after year.
I like how everyone is there for each other and it's a very relaxed class and we all get to enjoy doing stuff and everybody's always there for you.
I like that everybody works together and there's a lot of collaboration in this class and it's not like awkward. It's like everyone's a family here.
Kira, we almost forgot to talk about our favorite class.
What, lunch?
No, we're doing it right now, you know.
Oh yeah! Multimedia productions. We're learning about a lot of new ways to tell stories.
And we're having fun keeping the school informed about lots of important
and silly
things. Let's take a look.
Our next letter to Lulu says, Dear Lulu, do you like being on the Leopard cast? What's it like for you? What are your drawing skills like? Mine are pretty bad, lol.
Yeah, those are two completely different questions, but I love being on the Leopard cast. It's so fun. I get to hang out with you, of course, and everyone else in this room. It's super fun and just super inviting and really fun.
What are your drawing skills like? There's so many great career-minded choices for electives here at Cedar Park Middle School.
I'm almost sad that I'm an 8th grader. I'd like to try them all.
That can be arranged.
No, I'm good.
Thanks for joining us, Leopards.
And school board members.
I'm Kira.
And I'm Lulu.
And back to you, Dr. Morgan.
Thank you for listening and thank you for your service. Go Leopards.
Thank you. Tremendous. Thank you so much, Principal Morgan. That was awesome. All right, we'll move on to the next part of our agenda, going to our communication and announcements. Do we have any superintendent remarks?
Nothing this evening. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, board member remarks.
Anna and I got to visit at Rutledge. Yes, and she brought it. So we got to do one of our campus connections at Rutledge on, I guess, last week, trying to kind of put the week together. Anyway, visiting over there, we got to do a couple of really fun things. We got to play zombie tag, which was amazing. I had to take my shoes off for that, which was awesome. But we also learned about a tool that they use, and Anna's got a copy there, and we'll pass it around so everybody can see it. It's a conflict map that students are able to use, and there's a larger one for the younger kids, and we got to meet some 5th graders who we thought handled it really well because they've got a smaller version, and they were able to speak to the fact that they liked it because it was smaller and they could kind of do it on their own without it being a big deal, and kind of work through their problems together without involving staff or APs and things like that. And so it was just it's a fantastic little tool that the kids were able to, voice that they were able to work through their conflict and understand where each other was coming from. It was really, really a neat thing. Then we got to go see Cox, and we got to see early childhood. We got to see the 3s, and they're just the best. They're so cute. But all of the great things that are happening over there with Charlie and the staff, and it was great to be able to see some of my old Reagan friends, so that was really great too. And then Alexis and I got to go over and visit Henry, so it was a busy day for Campus Connections, and got to see a PLC in action, which was really cool, and the teachers were talking about some alternative assessments some creative assessments that they're working on, different ways that kids can show their learning, and it was fantastic. And then we were able to see some 6th graders work on some, learning how their words, once you get the toothpaste out of the tube, it's hard to get it back in, so kind of like our words. And so It was a really great day to just see all of our wonderful teachers and staff and students in action. And I highly recommend if everybody can get out there to see what's going on out there. But it was really great. So thank you.
I have one. Okay. So just an announcement. It's related, I promise. The Austin Steam Train Circus of Wonders is doing a fundraiser on November 20th, 2021. That's the unrelated part. The related part is Leander ISD's culinary arts students are serving the meal, and they will get a portion of the proceeds. So they're going to be cooking and serving and doing all the things. So that is November 20th. So if you'd like to support them, the tickets are online.
That's awesome. I wanted to, yesterday, Trish and I, President Bodie, and I attended the Navy JROTC annual military inspection. And it was my first time to go to an event like that. And I gotta say, guys, it was all student led. Those are the leaders of our world right there. I was just impressed by just their determination, but to stand out there and just be ready whenever the commander calls, that was a great experience. But most importantly, we're creating pathways for these students for after high school, and it was just so empowering to hear, their plans next. That was great. And then I also attended our first strategic planning committee meeting. Erin and I are the steering committee members, both Sarahs, and it was a really great committee. I gotta say, what I enjoyed, it was a very interesting, different, diverse opinions from all sides. And at the end of the day, our goal is, what are we doing for the students? How are we gonna get our students to get where they're at? So I'm really enjoying those committees and super excited for the work that we're doing in there. So thank you all so much for taking the time, and thank you to the volunteers who attended those meetings as well. And tomorrow, for those who are keeping up, I have my big Uno game tomorrow at 4 points. And so I'll let y'all know how I do with Principal Crawford, so.
Just a quick update, Alexis and I are serving on the Community Curriculum Advisory Committee, and the first meeting kicking off this group was Tuesday evening. Really appreciative to Mr. Kip Harmon and Jennifer Collins, talking about social studies curriculum in elementary and middle and high school, and it was really fabulous. You could see also the amount of preparation that went into that, of providing all of those different lesson plans and having them available to us in a format that we could all review and go through. So it was a great opportunity. So just big shout out to the staff on the amount of work that was done to put all of those resources there and make them widely available. Board members, it has been a busy time. I know I've seen you about campuses. Oh, yes, Sade, thank you.
So I'm glad to be here, and I just wanted to say thank you for the appointment. And 2 weeks ago, it was a really long night, 2 hours of various candidates that you interviewed. So thanks for the rigorous process. And I'm just ready to listen and learn and just make a contribution and a difference, hopefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sade. All right, well, I don't want to, I'd rather leave it there, but I do want to make sure I get the board an update on the committees that we've been working on, board operating committees. Ann and I've been working on that. You'll see the fruits of some of that labor come back from those discussions tonight. We did take it back after our discussion at the last meeting. We'll bring it back for more discussion tonight. It's part of the process. It's an iterative process. In other words, that means we're going to keep working on it until we get it right. And we may approve something and then go, you know what, now we know how to make it better, and we can certainly do that. The other thing is the legislative committee has been very busy as we went through a first, second, and third special session. Most recently, we've been talking a lot about SB1 as it was moving through. It seemed to have a lot of different iterations, and everybody was looking at the fine print details of what that meant. But what the committee does know is SB1 did pass that would offer a property tax exemption for homestead exemption. So there, for certain homestead part certain part of the property tax. And you know what? We have a legislative update tonight that's going to say it so much prettier than I am right now. But anyhow, Colby will be with us in a bit later this evening to kind of cover overview of all the legislation. But your committee has been busy. Board members, I've seen y'all about campuses, or you're at the LEAF event, and so y'all are staying very active. Thank y'all so much for all that you do for this district and support. I would also like to say how much I really appreciate working with Anna and Alexis during the Continuous Improvement Conference. It was so much fun to get to present with y'all and Dr. Gehring on the, of course, on the vision beliefs, and then also our governance core. Dr. Gehring, of course, you're our favorite. But I got to give a shout out to the board members too. That was a lot of work. Volunteers, y'all spent extra time to be able to make that presentation come together. And for y'all to do that with all the other stuff that's going on the plate, I really appreciate it. It was fun and a great learning experience. So thank y'all so much. All right, that's it. We'll move on. Okay, we'll move on to our citizens' comment portion of the agenda. Please note, as we get ready to call you up here, there are other ways that you can communicate with the board. This agenda item is time that we've set aside during the meeting to hear from our community. We are restricted in the ways that we can interact with you during this portion of the meeting. Per our board operating procedures and policy BED local, which states the board shall not deliberate or make decisions regarding any subject that is not on the posted agenda. If you are talking about an item that is on our agenda this evening, then you will hear us deliberate on that later this evening. So you're welcome to tune back in or stay and listen, your choice. Therefore, also note that this is not going to be a format where we have a conversation. It's not a back and forth discussion during the citizen comment times. So we'll ask that your comments respect the limitation, and as such, please refrain from directing comments about an individual by name who would not be able to respond. Our board operating procedures enumerate further requests, but I'm just going to sum up by saying we encourage polite professional conduct. We ask that our audience and those participating help us maintain the decorum of this meeting, and as such, there should be no outburst or verbal demonstrations during citizen comments. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes. It's my intention that we respect and honor each speaker's time, but please remember, when your 3 minutes is up and you hear the chime, be on your last word. Thank you so much. We'd like you to make sure you get your last word in and not get cut on you. So without further ado, we will start with speaker number 1.
Hello. Appreciate the opportunity to speak here today. I know this isn't a question answer format, as you said, but I have a thought I'd like you to consider. Do you think parents who disagree with this board or who have issues with your policies should be considered domestic terrorists? And if you don't, then please follow the lead of the Pennsylvania School Boards Association and school boards in at least 10 other states and withdraw from the National School Boards Association. I ask this because of the recent letters suggesting that parents speaking out at school board meetings should be considered domestic terrorists. If you agree with the National School Board Association, then simply do nothing. I think we can all agree that if someone overtly threatens another person, whether it's on the internet or live at a school board meeting, they need to be held accountable. But if they're merely expressing their anger or their displeasure at their quality of education or the manner in which the education is provided, they have a right to be heard. And it's, I think, chilling that President Biden has authorized the targeting of American citizens based on their engagement in matters of school policy. That anyone has to fear being investigated as a domestic terrorist or exercising his or her First Amendment rights at a school board meeting is an attack on our republic and the very freedoms that we cherish as Americans, regardless of our political affiliation. I hope you will agree that this action is shameful and act quickly to withdraw from the National School Board Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 2.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Gehring.
I come to you asking for your support for a retention plan for child nutrition services. I'm the CNS program specialist and the only LISD CNS employee that has seen all aspects of child nutrition services every day and has also collaborated with SFE, creating practices and procedures for and during COVID, SNOVID, and everything in between that has changed our way of operating in the past 18 months. Since August 12th, 2021, CNS has fed over 1.2 million meals, which is 3 times the amount of meals while operating at a growing 43% deficit in staff. Most elementary schools are operating with only 3 staff members. Our middle schools struggling, with some serving twice the amount of meals with less staff pre-COVID across the same 4 serving lines. The high schools, Vista Ridge alone serves an average of 1,200 lunch meals with a staff of sometimes only 6. Do the math, this is a record-breaking number of meals per labor hour. Although we are working hard on recruitment, we are unable to get many applicants with a starting salary of only $11.33 per hour. With every new hire, we lose a valued team member, mostly due to low salaries in combination to labor-intensive work. Our admin assistant spends hours daily working on coverage for all of our kitchens, having to make the difficult decision which campus will suffer the most today. Our food management service company has taken steps to adjust our menus to lighten our load, but it's still not enough. Child nutrition services is different. Unlike other auxiliary departments, we represent LISD daily with our phenomenal customer service skills. Our teams engage with our students daily. We communicate with campus and administration and teachers daily. We receive calls from parents daily. Unlike any other department in the district, we are trained cashiers and handle money daily. Our team is trained on the TDA meal requirements to ensure that our students are not only getting the nutrition they require, but also to ensure that we remain in compliance so that Leander ISD gets reimbursement from the state. My position provides me with a very clear view and expectations of the sacrifices and the risks that we have taken, particularly in the last 18 months. The once look of pride in our team's eyes, knowing they were making a difference, is now looks of exhaustion, anger, and defeat. I ask you to please vote for us and appreciate us by voting for a retention plan with increased wages. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Speaker 2. Speaker 3.
Good evening. Erin and Trish, I wanted to take a moment just to say thank you for your response to my email. I think it was yesterday or whatever. I appreciate that. Today I received teacher letters, and I'm going to be reading one that's an anonymous one. October 15th was my last day of being a public school teacher. I'd like to say that I was joyfully retiring, but the truth is I gave up. I hope people out there understand how taxing this profession has become. In the upper grades, we teach around 120 students a day. That's 120 different ways to try to connect with each child and 120 set of parents that have expectations. We have to remember which pronouns that they should refer to for the child, not to mention what names they decide to be called by each day. If we don't remember, we're called out and we're reprimanded by parents for not making their child feel accepted. We have to be careful not to stare or to be too judgmental when kids show up cross-dressing or wearing clothing that makes a common streetwalker uncomfortable. On a daily basis, someone on campus is dealing with a student that curses them out. They throw furniture across the room, punches another student, or brings drugs to school. Kids are destroying the bathrooms by ripping dispensers off the wall and flooding toilets. When we send a kid to the office, parents are calling us and cursing us out, demanding that we apologize to the kids for singling them out. refusing to allow their child to have consequences to their behavior while threatening lawsuits. We teach, and then we are required to let the kids do their work over and over and over until they pass. We have to dumb everything down so that we don't have low scores or parents get upset. Teachers are in tears daily because they don't feel supported. Students come up to me all the time and tell me that they fear coming to school, that they fear certain students. They won't tell me their names of the kids that are bullying them because they fear being jumped. I've had teachers tell me that they fear coming to school because of aggressive behaviors. What it boils down to is that I feel like I need hazard pay every day I walk to work. Every time I have to look the other way, lower a standard, or cater to a political agenda makes me feel like I'm selling my soul to the devil. The rest of this letter will be read by the next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 4.
On campus, we often discuss what has happened to education and why we are seeing such awful behavior. Society has lost its mind. These kids see everything. They have seen people fighting over the presidential election, hate groups, mask versus no mask, vaccine versus no vaccine. They see people rioting in the streets, burning buildings, shooting cops, vandalizing, looting, etc. Kids emulate what they see. These people doing these things are often these kids' family members. What kind of example is this setting? Then they come to school and exude hate and imitate all of these attention-seeking activities. Public education will not get any better until the system allows us to start giving consequences for bad behavior. Students will not start learning until we are allowed to teach effectively. Parents, every time your kid comes home, don't assume that what they say is always true. Please give your teacher the benefit of the doubt. Understand that your child needs to learn how to cope with all types of people. They may not like their teacher. They may think they are too strict. Quit bailing them out. They have to learn how to adjust in society. No teacher that I've ever worked with in my 20 years of teaching made it a mission to be mean to a child. We can't conform to everybody's personality and be the picture-perfect teacher that you think we should be. I guarantee you that one parent or child might think that I'm a horrible teacher, but there are 10 more that think I've made a huge difference. Remember, teachers are human beings with feelings. Every day that we have to deal with an ugly phone call or hateful email pushes us further out the door. I hope that something happens soon. The educational system is losing so many really good teachers. These teachers' voices are being stifled. They cannot speak for themselves without repercussions. To all my awesome parents and students, I am sorry that I wasn't strong enough to hang in there. I do appreciate those that were supportive, but in today's educational system, I am not allowed to be an effective teacher.
Thank you. Speaker number 5.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Gearing. I'm coming before you tonight to speak on behalf of my coworkers at Child Nutrition Services. But first, we want to thank you for your time and service to our hashtag #OneLISD community. Being a school board member is a calling not taken lightly, but yet all of you are here again tonight for us, your community. I would like to bring up a few of our 10 ethical principles that are a part of Leander ISD's guiding principles. The second principle, integrity, doing the right thing. The CNS department needs for the board to realize child nutrition is in a state of emergency. The situation needs to be handled as such whenever the CNS retention package is presented. We have employees feeding the community's children, but yet they can't afford to feed their own. Please ask yourself, is this going to be enough to get us out of our current situation? And are we being proactive for the long term so that this is a solution instead of a temporary fix. The fourth ethical principle, loyalty. CNS has supported the Leander ISD community nonstop since March 2020. Leander ISD CNS employees that you have left have proven their loyalty by remaining with the department throughout these last 18 months of uncertainty. The CNS employees that I speak for are asking that you remain loyal to and supportive of our teams. The fifth ethical principle, concern for others. This principle is the driving force behind the CNS employees that you have left. Through food insecurity, virtual learning, snowvid, summer break, quarantine, even winter and spring break, and the current supply shortage, child nutrition has been there, caring for, feeding, and helping our #OneLISD community. This was just 3 of the 10 ethical principles meant to guide decisions at Leander ISD. My coworkers and I would like for you to continue to be for our would like to continue to be here for our community through every up and down. And we're asking that you show our community and the country that our Leander ISD board is going to lead the way in child nutrition services retention by approving and expediting a comprehensive package that is not just market competitive, but ensures a living wage for our staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 6.
Good evening. I am speaking on behalf of many of the Children Nutrition Department. I am standing here pleading for your assistance. As stated at the last board meeting, 43% employment deficit. I'm actually a little emotional. I didn't think I was going to be. But honestly, I just got off work and I've been there since 6 a.m. That may not be much, as you can know, but CNS employees that are still here are working double load and making sure students are still fed. In the past 8 weeks, a total of 28 new employees were even hired, which sounds great. But we have lost over 36 employees since then due to the double workload, due to lack of pay. Some which were new employees and some which have been here for years. I do have to thank SFE for their new efforts to continue to roll up their sleeves and work with us, for they are seeing the pressure as well. Looking up recruiting in this area to be comparable to the cost of living, CNS for this school district actually makes us 90% below the average starting pay across this Leander ISD area for what we do. Other district in this area also allows CNS employees and secondary employees to work 8 hours. Their assistants and the team leaders also get to work 8 hours together. CNS does not need to lump into an auxiliary department. We are essential employees that are not supported as essential employees. We have worked while other employees were able to be home. We have fed the whole community during unforeseen times. Middle schools not only fed the campus students last year, but fed curbside students for virtual learning as well, including up to 7 days worth of food, while all being short-staffed and underpaid. This is a state audit year, and I am wondering how we will make it through with such an audit, with such short staff that keep resigning on such short notice. I love my job and what I do. The smiles on the students' faces warm my heart every day, and making sure they are fed, since in some cases, this could be their only meals for that day. Being thrown into the mix with other departments by the Leander ISD district and not treated as a department as one. Understanding what our CNS employees go through every day with hard work, sweat, and tears. Many of us cannot even support ourselves or afford to put food on our own tables by the wages we are paid by the district. I ask that the district look at this year's budget and adjust our pays to accommodate the cost of living in this area to be competitive to the pay scale in this area. Also, to look at 2022-2023 budget and continue to adjust for CNS department employees each year to have competitive wages. I have so much more to say because I am very heartfelt about it.
Thank you. Speaker number 7. Oh, just a second. We'll start your time once you press the button, so your time hasn't started yet.
Good evening, Madam President, board members, and Dr. Gehring. Prior to spring break 2020, the CNS department was asked who would volunteer to work in case the schools were closed due to the novel virus that was affecting our area. At my school, 90% signed up because they're dedicated to your students. I was part of the first wave of CNS employees to work. We came without a playbook of how to serve our students at curbside, but we stepped up to the challenge, and on the first day of service, handed out over 4,000 meals. We continued this throughout the remainder of the school year, and just like the post office, rain or shine, we were out there on the curbside handing out meals. Summer came along, and with it, summer feeding. As in previous years, we provided meals to all children 18 and under, but this time, we did it at curbside. As school began, students were virtual. Middle schools were tasked with feeding all the virtual students. In September, some students came back. Now middle schools had to prepare in-person and curbside meals, as well as new packaging requirements. Oh, the joys of wrapping apples in plastic. By October, we had struck a rhythm in preparing meals for our curbside and in-person students. Then, the first Monday in November, meals became free for all children. We doubled the amount of meals that we were serving. In addition, we were trying to prepare Thanksgiving luncheon for both curbside and in person. When December came, CNS stepped up to the plate for our community by providing 7-day meal kits for children both weeks of the break. January, our meal kits continued to go up. In February, middle schools began packing out 7-day meal kits for the virtual students and weekend kits for the in-person students. Then Snowvid came. While schools were closed, we showed up on Saturday to prepare meals for Monday. Little did I know that at my school, we would serve almost 8,000 meals during curbside that week. Additionally, we fed students in person Wednesday through Friday. During spring break, once again, CNS provided 7-day meal kits to our community. Normally, we see a decrease from March to April and May. Instead, we kept seeing a rise. In 2021, the summer feeding program averaged almost 10,000 meals per week during June and July. As crazy as these 17 months have been, these past 10 weeks have been insane. I'm feeding twice as many at breakfast and 60% more at lunch than I was prior to lockdown. Additionally, I'm working with 40% less staff. We're tired. We need help. We need you to recognize the sacrifices that we're making for our students, our district, and our community. Our department is hemorrhaging. We don't need a Band-Aid. We need a transfusion. At one time, you called us essential. Now we feel expendable.
Thank you. Speaker number 8.
I'm reading two anonymous submissions from LISD teachers. I've been personally harassed and defamed on social media because I've spoken out, and only 2 of them have been ones that I've written for myself. So I'm coming and being here available for people who don't feel like it's safe to be here. We have not received many teacher testimonies for a few months, but received 4 in this week alone. The second submission references something that has been addressed on several occasions recently with no resolve. The teachers want answers, and we do too. The first one, hello, concerned citizens. I would like to start my time with a prayer to our Almighty God. He is clearly missing from the hearts of a lot of the adults in this room and from the decisions regarding our children. There is no other group more in need of prayer than this school board. Father God, everyone in this room needs your blessing. We need your guidance and your care, Lord. We pray not only for the board members, but for the parents and the concerned citizens who've taken the time to come here this evening. We pray, Lord, that you would be with us as parents and the children they represent and the concerned citizens who are here on behalf of the children. We know that you love the little children. We know that you want them to come to you. Lord, these children need an education. They don't need to be caught up in the political wranglings or fightings between school boards and parents and national groups like the National School Board Association. Lord, keep those groups out of our LISD schools. They have nothing to do with us. We know how, along with the families of these children, to raise them and to see them properly educated. Lord, we lobby and speak on behalf of our children to protect them from the radical agendas that have permeated our school system. We beg you to protect our children from these radical agendas like gender confusion, like graphic sexual material in our classrooms and libraries, and promoting false racial teachings. Lord, those things have no place in our children's lives and much less in the schools. And they don't need to be hearing these kinds of radical ideas from their teachers. Jesus, I ask you, beseech you to be with the administrators and the adults in the school system and to be with the parents and citizens with the only idea in mind to protect the children. Jesus, we are not domestic terrorists. We are parents and concerned citizens, grandparents, aunts and uncles. We want our children protected from the evil in this world, not have it spread to them in the classroom. Lord, we thank you for hearing our prayer, and it's in your son's name, Jesus. This is a second one. I'm asking this to be read as I'm an educator in the school district. I'm legitimately feel that retaliation would occur. While the board is becoming more progressive, it does not mean the rest of us agree. We have a student on campus. He identifies as a female on campus, but at home identifies as a male. There is a quick change of clothes before and after school, since the parents do not know. This did not become a situation until this student was found in the girls' bathroom by an adult. What made this student think it was okay to make others feel uncomfortable by his presence in the girls' bathroom? Administration was notified and redirected the students to the gender-neutral office in the counseling center. But the questions remain. If the adult had not walked into the bathroom and saw the student,
Thank you. Speaker number 9.
Good evening, school board trustees, Dr. Gearing, and citizens. Thanks for your time and for listening to the suggestions, needs, and voices of our community time and time again. I loved hearing from the lunch ladies, by the way, they rock. I want to welcome you, Sade Fashokun, for joining this district as school board trustee. We appreciate your time tonight and for the future meetings to come. The citizens here and at home watching have been crying out for breakthrough in our district, as you know, to make better decisions for our children's curriculum, to be educational, not indoctrinating, diverse, not disempowering due to race or color, to not display explicit porn that does not relate to academia, and to recognize and honor parental rights. I'm sure you could agree that are backed by school policies. As citizens, we also have voice that we want equal treatment when we speak and respect as well in these meetings, and we come in peace. Jim McKay was great displaying a middle ground at times, but he left very timely, and now you have been raised up in this position. We are so hopeful for your service and that you will be open-minded to what our hearts and logic are sharing to you when decisions are made that affect the future of our kids. I want to emphasize on your position being so important, as you know, because you get to have the opportunity to do what is the safest, diverse choices at hand while preserving the innocence of our children. You're truly a servant when you are not being paid to serve your community for the welfare and safety of our schools. We are fortunate to have an educated woman of law and business on our board. With your intellect, I pray decisions won't just be going with the flow because the majority of the board agrees, but truly wholeheartedly discerning the wisest solution in your position of power. With that power comes honor, and again, I believe and pray that can all be reciprocated from our community as you hear the issues at hand and take action. It's a wonderful thing to be set apart for great things. This land is being shaken for greatness. Welcome.
Thank you. Speaker number 10.
This evening, I'm going to speak to you about Senate Bill 797, the National Motto Project. God has been a part of the American story since the settlers stepped onto the continent. The phrase, "In God we trust," first appeared on coins during the Civil War. After World War II, the effects of godless governments were emblazoned on the minds and hearts of all Americans. And in 1956, the phrase was voted unanimously by Congress to be the United States national motto. Also, under Eisenhower's administration, the national motto was to be printed on U.S. paper currency, and the words "under God" were included in the Pledge of Allegiance. In 2011, Congressman Randy Forbes sponsored a resolution that passed almost unanimously that "In God We Trust" is indeed our national motto and should be widely displayed. Many attempts to remove the mention of God from the public square have been made, but the courts have repeatedly rejected those efforts, saying that simple references to God do not violate the U.S. Constitution. And the legal right to display the national motto has been upheld time and time again. The 87th Texas Legislature amended Education Code 1.004 on the display of the national motto in public schools and institutes of higher education. The new law reads, quote, "A public elementary or secondary school or an institution of higher education must display in a conspicuous place in each building of the school or institution a durable poster or framed copy of the United States national motto, 'In God We Trust.' If the poster or framed copy meets the requirements of subsection B1 and is donated for display at the school or institution." So that's the great news, because we always want to be stewards of funding that belongs to the children of Leander ISD. So this program, the implementation of having each campus display "In God We Trust" will be with the help of volunteers, and all of the items will be donated. So I'm looking forward to you all complying with the law and supporting not just myself, but other parent volunteers as we offer this to our students, a daily reminder of what it means to be American. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 11.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Dr. Gehring. Thank you again for your time and dedication. And to Sade, our newest trustee, thank you for accepting the opportunity and for volunteering your time and energy to our efforts here in our district. Again, tonight I'm speaking for myself and not representing any other organization. And I have to say I'm really excited to have the opportunity to vote on the Leander ISD bond proposal. I think it's very important that we listen and heed the knowledge of our stakeholders who spent hours listening and sorting out what were necessities and what our priorities were. It's important to me that our fine arts department get the equipment upgrades that will be covered by our bond. It's important to me that renovations on our older buildings are done now, instead of waiting until an emergency causes a much higher expense for our district. I also want to speak briefly regarding board policies. Several years ago, when myself and a group of others showed up at our city council to voice our concerns about censorship of our libraries and removal of choice, the policies concerning citizen comments were updated to reduce and silence our voices. Around that time, when Dr. Gehring was newly hired, he said at one of the school board meetings, "Keep us here until 1 a.m. If it's important for you to speak, we want to hear you." And that showed me that my voice mattered in our district. There are people that speak tonight that I disagree with. There are people that speak tonight that their words are hurtful to many of our kids. That being said, I still want them, as well as myself, to have our 3 minutes to speak. I understand that you need to get business done, and I think it's appropriate to reduce time when there's too many speakers. But I urge you not to reduce the time of citizen comments outright. I do want to applaud you for looking to allow students to be first on citizen comments. They are directly affected by all the policies you discuss and vote on. Allowing their comments to be front and center, you are following your core belief that each and every student is at the heart of your decision. Our students deserve the opportunity to learn to be active in our governance, and this will hopefully reduce some of their fear and anxiety over public speaking. You also, I think, have something in the procedures about allowing board members to voice their own opinions, which I do appreciate. I do not think that you should remove the requirement that once a decision has been made by the board majority, that it needs to be supported by the board majority. And I stand by the fact that as a board, once a decision's made, you need to back the board. Thank you again for your time. Have a good night.
Thank you. Speaker number 12.
Made that mistake. Hello, my name is Joel. My pronouns are he, his. I want to thank you again for making me number 12 again as a speaker, being a former Aggie in the 12th man, so thank you again. But I also want to thank you for your service. And Sade, thank you for joining the board. This is something that's very valuable for our future generations, so thank you again for all that you do every day. And doing this without pay and on a volunteer basis as well. So thank you. And I think as a community, we can do something to really help you, and this is the time to do it. What can we do as a community within Leander ISD? We can pass Proposition A, B, and C on the voting ballot. It's an important bond, and it doesn't require a tax increase for us. Why is it so important? We are expecting a rapid growth in children in the next 10 years. About 13,000 kids are coming onto campus. We need to boost our infrastructure to maintain that. New schools are needed to prevent overcrowding of classrooms. We need to build up our infrastructure within our schools as well. We need to improve our HVAC systems, which are really old. We need to repair our roofs, which, if they aren't repaired, can lead to worse problems down the line. So I really think that we need to upgrade our schools, and I think the bond that's being proposed really does this. If we don't pass this bond as a community, I think we're going to be in trouble in the future. This will lead to larger class sizes, I believe. And I think our school district will fall behind other districts. You know, one of the reasons why we came here to Leander as well is because of the great school district and the great reputation. And I really want to maintain that in the future. I think there's a lot of thought that went into the bond. There was a 25-member steering committee, and there was a lot of careful considerations and back and forth with the board. So I really encourage us as a community, please, let's move forward and let's pass the bond and help our future in Leander ISD moving forward. So thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 13.
to continue Speaker 8's reading of the teacher's testimony, but the questions remain. If the adult had not walked into the bathroom and saw the student, what emotional or physical harm could have been inflicted on the girls using the bathroom? If teachers knew that this student identified as a female at school and not home, did anyone ask what restroom is this student using? Or did the student's rights become more important than the greater girl population who uses this bathroom? Now, because of time, I'll skip my introduction, my welcome, and my thank yous. I think everyone is tired of hearing arguments about the selection of books, but what is even more tiresome is the lack of results. You seem to side with those in favor of the books by participating or placating those opposed with endless review processes. It should not take 9 reviews to identify the stories that glorify and promote harmful behaviors, such as using drugs, underage drinking, theft, cutting, premature sex, rape, and pedophilia. It doesn't take a master's degree to recognize books that advance negative stereotypes of girls, Christians, Catholics, Jews, Asians, parents, Latinas and Latinos, Americans, and the worst of all, the police. I'm sure we agree when students see themselves in literature, they become better readers, but what do you want them to learn from the books they're reading? Encourage books overloaded with vulgar language, and you will have foul-mouthed students. That's not what this community expects of public education. Positive learning comes from positive surroundings. If you flood the market with bad books, you have created a hostile environment. You can't have a pee section in a pool. Don't hide behind your misrepresentation that students select their books. Consider the 15 books listed for English 1 fall. Each of them has content that many parents would oppose. Choosing from that list would be like playing the Bean Boozled jelly bean game with the good choices like toasted marshmallow flavors removed. Your choices are limited to dead fish, stink bug, and rotten egg. And when confronted by your peers in student-led discussions, it is not a safe place for many students. Replacing these books, these poor selections with books that build a strong vocabulary and foster courageously moral responses is not banning books. It's maintaining a safe environment for all students. You can find great books written by a variety of authors. There is no reason why you cannot have a diversity of voices in literature.
Thank you. Speaker number 14.
Good evening. I'm going to have to go really fast to be able to fit everything in 3 minutes. I would try my best. Looking at the data provided for House Bill 3 Proficiency Plans and Goals Update, which requires the Board of Trustees of each district to adopt and post on the district website early childhood literacy and mathematics proficiency plans that set specific goals over the course of 5 school years to reach quantifiable goals for students' performance in reading and mathematics of each campus. Baseline data is used from the 2018-19 school year for 3rd grade STAR testing, where only 55% of students met the standard in math. We have broken down for us in ethnic groups in the report that states 21% of African Americans, 45% of Hispanic, 57% of white, 83% of Asian, 59% of 2 or more races, 28% of special ed, 35% of economically disadvantaged, and 41% of EL students meet the standard. And the goal for 2024-25 school year is 60% of African American, 60% of Hispanic, 62% of white, 82% of Asian, 64% of 2 or more races, 60% of special ed to meet the standard. Why is the goal up for African Americans 39%, Hispanic 15%, and white 5%? Asian 5%, 2 or more races 5%, special ed 28%, economically disadvantaged 25%, and EL 19%. Is this the equity that is spoken of in DEI policy? Why isn't the same percentage goal given to each group? Why are they selling for such a mediocre number in the first place? I won't bore you with any more results, but the third grade reading STAR baseline data and goals are similarly poor. We all know that student reading proficiency by third grade impacts the rest of their scholastic career, which leads into the next report that I would like to reference, the Universal Screener Baseline Data and Early Reading Instruments report. This report uses ICIP, which measures readiness of grade level instruction, which means that if you're unable to read on grade level, you will not be able to be instructed on grade level. The 2021-22 year percentage of 8th graders on Tier 1 is only 58%, which leaves 42% of our 8th graders heading to high school next year that aren't reading on grade level. 42% of students are on Tier 2 and 3, which recommend supplemental intensive intervention respectively. What are the recommended supplemental intensive interventions that are recommended of these students? I won't be able to read the last paragraph, but that's the questions that we have for you in regards. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 15.
Good evening, trustees, Mr. Superintendent. The theme of my presentation tonight is optics are important. I'm actually going to cover agenda item number 9B2, which is the trustee operating procedures. Optics are very important. I spend a lot of time in the community and even here in the district as a mentor with students and kids that are struggling. And one of the things I often share with them as well as with my children is that the thing that you spend your time on is really at the end of the day what is most important and valuable to you. I'm very concerned about the optics that you guys are transmitting with this across-the-board reduction in the time of community comments. What you're doing is communicating with those actions that the things that we have to say are not really that important to you. Tonight is a really great illustration of my point. I can see that if we've got 40, 50 people here, we do need to reduce the time. But if we've only got a few people, are you looking at your clocks like, when can we get rid of these people? We could easily, if the time is required, reduce it, but when you put the new standards, 2 minutes, that's it. What you're saying is we don't have time for you, we don't want to hear from you. Optics are important. One other thing, I stand very, very strong with the first speaker who's already departed about the threats, the accusations that I'm a terrorist, I'm a domestic terrorist. Simply because I come here and say, I don't agree with what you're doing with my children, that makes me a terrorist. Optics are important. Back in 2001, after the 9/11 thing, we gave up a very important part of our constitutional freedoms, the Fourth Amendment. We gave it away because we just said, okay, yep, we need to do this because we need to be safe. But that right is more important than temporary safety. The fact that we've got parents, again, who you apparently with optics are saying, you guys are dangerous terrorists to us. So we've got to come in here with clear plastic bags. That's a violation of the Fourth Amendment. Search and seizure, get a warrant, get probable cause. Are we the enemy or are we here to collaborate? Optics are important. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker number 16.
I'm speaking on behalf of a teacher. I'm an LISD teacher, unlike any of you, some of which do not hold higher education degrees. I am in the trenches every day trying to combat some of the ridiculousness and filth that you all permit in our schools. I've read the pornographic materials available to our students that you all fight to keep in the classrooms. I have seen the kindergarten library book that tells 5-year-olds that they can change their gender. I've also seen some highly inappropriate social media posts by at least 3 board members. I have heard how trustee place 4 has mocked a disabled parent, how trustee place 3 thinks all Christian churches should fuck off, and have even heard that trustee place 2, who brags about being a highly progressive activist, refuses to validate others' heritage when they express a different political view from her own, whether it be African American, Hispanic, or Indian. How did we get here? It is shocking that this is who makes decisions for our children. Is it true that the new trustee who filled Jim McKay's seat was handpicked behind closed doors by these 3 board members because she will 100% vote with them and their critical race theory agenda? When you choose to appoint instead of giving the choices back to the voters, this is what happens. Shocking. In closing, I'd like to say hello to the hundreds of parents tuning in tonight for the first time. I'm so thankful for the many teachers who have agreed to add the school board meeting schedule and meeting link to their weekly parents newsletter so that more parents and students can easily tune in. I think it is a great way for our community to become aware and involved with what is discussed at board meetings. I'm sure you will all agree. What better way for them to stay informed? Parents, since you are tuned in, please be aware that the board is discussing reducing citizen comments significantly, at least by 1/3. This is just another move by you, the board, that creates distrust as it silences our voices. Other examples of this are changing the setup of the room itself, placing speakers in front of a wall in a corner to prevent the audience at home from seeing informational signs being held by attendees, cutting the mic off when you don't want anyone to hear parents clapping in agreement in between speakers, and reserving an abundance of seats for administration, some of whom mysteriously do not show up, in order to limit the number of those wishing to attend in person. I could probably go on and on about how this board is censoring parents' voices because it is happening all over the country. I just didn't think LISD would ever stoop this low. In light of the many ways that the board has attempted to censor parents and control public perception through adjusting the environment of the board meeting, I would like to formally request that the board stick with the current 3-minute time limit for up to 45 speakers and 90 seconds for over 45 speakers. This is one small step the board can take in helping parents feel heard and restoring community trust. Thank you.
Thank you. Speaker 17. All right, speaker 18. And can somebody check if speaker 17 is outside?
I'm glad that you finally moved out of the bogus red phase. I was really debating on continuing to attend these or attempting to get you to hear me. This district continues to spiral out of control due to failed leadership at the administrative level and lack of leadership in this room, or rather, leadership that only seems concerned with decorum. I understand that attempts are underway to try to stifle parents' First Amendment right to freedom of speech. If you think that cutting our time or making it more difficult to sign up will make the problem go away, you're sorely mistaken. Parents are fed up with the lack of education being provided. I've already pulled my 4th grader. She's attending a private Christian school and is thriving. It was a heartbreaking experience, but I had to take her out of the only school she's ever known, away from all the friends that she's had since kindergarten, because I could no longer trust that she'd be safe in the school environment that has resulted from the failed leadership of this administration. My angst has been confirmed with at least 2 occurrences of child pornography being filmed at LISD campuses and distributed to minors with district Wi-Fi. Our schools are not a safe environment for our kids. Your failed policy under failed leadership has contributed to the delinquency of minors. Parents have complained and complained to be met with nothing. No reactions, no promise to fix this mess, no sense of regret for what you've exposed our children to. It's as if you've sold your souls. Our children are our most valuable asset, and we will not sit silently and allow this to continue. As more and more parents are opening their eyes to the mess that is Leander ISD, more and more parents are getting involved, and you will continue to hear this roar grow. I want to end this on a positive note. After hearing the swearing in of the new trustee and that the oath concluded with, "So help me God," I want you to be aware, this week, courageous teachers at Leander High volunteered their time so that kids could meet for FCA. The last time they tried to meet, no one showed up. This week, 24 students attended. Last night, students met at Robin Bledsoe for Fields of Faith, another FCA event, and my daughter said that there were even more in attendance. After listening to the letter written by the recently resigned teacher, I'm confident that activities and clubs like FCA are critical for our children, and we are going to continue to see growth because these babies are seeking Christ. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. That concludes, we don't have speaker 17. That concludes our citizen comment section of the agenda. Board members, I will remind you, if the item isn't on our agenda, we're not able to deliberate on any of the items that were brought up this evening. I would like to also, in case you're looking at your agenda, you might be aware that we did have a discussion on workforce that was coming back before us. They will not come, it's not on this agenda, it's going to be on our next agenda. Administration does know we want to have that back, and we do want to have that discussion, but it'll be on our next agenda. All right. We were going to go to consent, or do we need a break?
We can do consent first and then a break.
Okay, we'll do consent.
I move that the board approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Okay. All right.
I second. Wait.
A motion from Gloria, second from Anna. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Sade, do you want to?
Yeah, I said I have a question about that because it includes the minutes.
Yes.
And since I wasn't there, am I supposed to vote on them, even though?
That's an excellent question with the minutes. Thank you for paying attention to that. You can go ahead and abstain from this vote if you're okay with that. Or we can make a motion to sever that part and you could vote on the other part. But if you're fine with abstaining, you can abstain from the section. Okay. All right. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. And then any nays? And then 1 abstention. Thank you very much. That'll move us through our consent item and going on to superintendent's report. But before we get there, we're going to take a 5-minute break. All right. All right, let's go ahead at 7:46. Let's get everybody back over to our spots. We do. And we're going to start off with our update from our superintendent's report.
Hey, look, Trustee Mauer's talking to kids.
Awesome. There's my hand.
We're going to see Trustee Smith in just a second. All right, good evening, board members. We are going to talk about kids and what our kids are doing, which is great. But first, let's talk about COVID. We are in yellow response stage officially. Numbers are down and a little up and down, but we continue to be hopeful that we can follow what Austin Public Health is doing, what Williamson County is doing. We have no more classes in remote learning, which is great. And so we continue to enjoy having everybody in person. Enrollment is another positive for us. We see numbers coming up across the board. We see students drifting out of remote in transition, so that's good. And so we'll continue to watch those numbers carefully as we go through the year. We will be hearing from population and survey analysts in another month or so, and so we'll see where we're going. Attendance is also coming up. So the last couple of times we've had campus numbers up here. This is just district numbers, not where we usually are, but continuing to steadily rise, and so we feel confident that we're back on track. As you know, we have a bond election on November 2nd. Early voting continues through October 29th. You can find lots of information at leanderisd.org/bond2021. The good thing about Williamson and Travis counties is that voters can cast their ballots in any location as long as they're in their county. All right, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Leander learning model. And it dawned on me that we haven't really talked a lot about this particular guiding document that we have in the district. And yet, we live this document on a daily basis. And while we don't talk about how this integrates all the work that we're doing together, I thought it might be useful for us to just reference it because it's up on the wall, it's posted everywhere in the district, but because of that, we tend to not notice it anymore. But as you look at the black ring on the outside, which is the governance level of work, then you'll see that we really have been doing a lot of work inside the model on shared vision and goals now as we look towards strategic planning, graduate profile. We heard from our CNS workers about the 10 ethical principles tonight, which is interesting to me because it tells me that those ideas are still very strong in the fabric of our culture. And we don't talk much about the Leander way, the think, build, and create, but I assure you that on a daily basis those things are happening across the district. But one of the pieces that I want to talk about a little bit more detail is actually in the gray ring at that top right corner, and it's continuous improvement. And if you go onto our website, and you have to be a little persistent because there's a PDF version, but then there's also an interactive version of the learning model. And if you're persistent and get to that part, then if you click on continuous improvement, you'll get to the next slide that I'm going to show you. But I wanted to point out too that on the learning model, the very center, of course, is our focus on student learning. And that's really important. The learning model has been through a couple of iterations over time. What hasn't changed, though, is that focus on student learning. So when you click on continuous improvement, then you come to this graphic, which is Leander ISD's culture of continuous improvement. And if you've heard David Langford talk, or if you've referenced Deming's 14 points, then you'll see those coming out very strongly in this culture of continuous improvement. But notice again that the very center of all of this is a focus on student learning through these 4 leaves of the clover leaf, through collaboration, failing forward, cycles of improvement, those PDSA cycles, and ownership. And as Sarah and Sarah have worked with you through core beliefs and through vision and mission, and now into developing goals and strategic planning, you've been part of this work of collaboration and failing forward and cycles of improvement and ownership. And so I just wanted to point out that we don't always say these things in context, but in context, all of this work is happening and is guided by the framework of our learning model and the guiding documents. So while we have a focus on student learning, the learning model and the culture of continuous improvement applies, of course, not just to children, but to the adults in the system as well. And that means all of us at the same time. And so it's great to see the board working in PDSA cycles and using the continuous improvement tools as part of the Leander ISD learning model, as part of our learning organization. And this particular document has a backside with a few more details, and I'm not going to read it to you or expect you to read it off the screen, but I do encourage you to go and have a look at it in a little bit more detail and dig into it, because we have belief statement, we have a vision statement, and an operational definition specifically of this culture of continuous improvement. And then some collective commitments to what do we do on a daily basis as part of this continuous improvement cycle. All right, so we have early voting going on, of course. Next week, we also have National School Bus Safety Week. So we will be recognizing our transportation staff, and that's not just bus drivers, but also bus monitors, our riding specialists and mechanics, and all of the support folks who make sure that our kids are picked up in the morning and taken home safely in the afternoon, and a lot of different things in between, including long trips sometimes to get our kids performing and doing the things that they are so good at. We don't talk a lot about maintenance, folks, but we have a great crew of maintenance workers, and we'll be celebrating them November 1 through 5. They make sure that everything in the district stays up and running. And again, they're part of operations, which for me is like breathing, so we don't notice them when things are going well and when they're doing the good work. They get called at all hours of the day and night to fix all kinds of very interesting problems. Not a lot of complaints, but a lot of great work that helps to keep us operating. Election Day, November 2nd, and then of course, every November 11th, we recognize our veterans, and our kids do a great job of bringing that to life. So we look forward to those. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Board members?
Just a quick question. Does transportation include crossing guards?
It does.
Okay.
And they'll get me later if that's not true.
I noticed in the enrollment for remote students, we're down 134 students. I'm assuming they went back in person?
I would be careful about that assumption. That may not necessarily be true, but most of them probably went back in person. So I could dive into that a little deeper if you like.
Well, I think this leads to my next question is, the class size waivers and whatnot, I'm trying to see the correlation in between that, because I know we have some classrooms, trying to find the best word, some classrooms with a lot of lively students in them. And I'm just curious, because I know some of especially our early childhood, kindergarten, first grade, where that's impactful for their education future. So I'm just curious, what is that long-term plan? I don't need an answer now, but that's where my brain's going.
Absolutely. Class size waivers are in place for exactly the reason of it doesn't happen consistently and in the same places all the time. So it just buys us a little bit of time to adjust. This virtual learning has put us in an even more difficult position as we transition back, because And we're trying to hold as many as we can to bring them back in groups so that we can bring teachers with them. But there's going to be situations where we run into those class size issues, there's no doubt.
Well, I've heard, from some students that have already transitioned back that they were welcomed with open arms, getting, the principal was right there, making sure their students were, getting caught up and welcome back. So bravo to y'all at getting those students back in person, ready to go.
Thank you.
Quick question regarding the attendance. So it looked like it was anywhere from 94 to 95%. Is that like a normal expected level, or is it usually higher than that?
We usually operate somewhere at 96 or higher in a regular, normal, pre-pandemic era. So we're still a little low, but certainly not where we were. I mean, we were down in the high 80s for a little while, so we're improving greatly. But we just still got some work to do.
Do we know how that translates to an impact on funding?
Yeah, it absolutely has an impact on funding. And so we can bring you a little more detail on that. Every child who comes to school every day has a number attached to them. And so when they're not here, that number doesn't follow them.
Dr. Gehring, I'd like to thank you for the superintendent's report and also just, again, the focus on those guiding documents in our learning model. I also want to do a shout out. I appreciate the way you and cabinet administration have done such a good job of trying to engage and involve the board. I talked to you about capacity building, and y'all have worked for that. Now, I know we're still doing the constant reiteration, how do we do it better, how can we do it more, but inviting trustees to actually present in the Continuous Improvement Conference, trustees being invited to go onto these campuses, there's this collaboration, cooperation that I'm seeing happening, and then again, our principals coming to our board meeting to tell us what is going on inside their classroom. Again, that's a capacity, and I just appreciate you spearheading that as well, making sure that we are getting that as a board so we can continue to make the right decisions, or at least be informed as we're making these decisions, hopefully right ones.
Well, thank you. We just create opportunities, but you're stepping up and taking advantage of those opportunities. So we really appreciate how hard you work and how much time you're given.
Well, thank you very much. All right. Anything else? We're going to move on to our next agenda item, our student experience section of our agenda. And we have 3 items under this, but I'd like to actually just kind of open up both items. The first group can come up though, but I feel like these are going to end up maybe having some crossover, so I just want to be prepared for that. House Bill 3, Proficiency Plans and Goals Update, Universal Screener Baseline Data, and Early Reading Instrument Report. And then if we have any questions from STAR as well that goes along, then we'll call up more. Phone a friend then.
Sure, we can just think of them as one giant report. Good evening, Madam President, members of the school board. Today we are here as required by House Bill 3 to report out to you about the specific portions of House Bill 3 relative to proficiency plans and goals for 3rd grade reading and mathematics, and for our measures on college, career, and military readiness as established by the Texas Education Agency. So just a little bit of contextualization. Again, our participation in 3rd grade for STAR is a little bit higher than the overall. I think our 3rd grade was right around 80% in math and reading for taking the test this past year. And then our college and career military readiness, just a little pandemic situational awareness. The latest data that TEA has is for the class of 2020. And I think we'll all recall that was the spring of the beginning of this whole thing, and that did impact students' ability to take some of the tests that are part of the CCMR calculation, specifically PSAT. Students had to come and take the test in person that spring. That was a requirement. And then SAT We were fortunate that we did hold our school day SAT right before that spring break in March of 2020. But then, as you know, a lot of our students use that data and study and practice and go in for retakes, and the ability to have retakes was severely limited in that spring for our seniors that graduated in the class of 2020. So when we get to that point, I'll remind you again that it's not last year's class of 2021, because that data is not available from TEA, but it is for the class of 2020.
So a little bit more context about the data that we're going to share tonight. Emily and Brenda shared back in August a large STAR report with you guys, and that was all of the STAR data. Then at our last meeting, they came and they spoke specifically about accountability, right? So it honed it in a little bit more. And today we are speaking about the legislative updates specific to House Bill 3. So we've got a really narrow lens of the pieces of STAR that we're going to be looking at tonight. As a reminder, we have STAR performance standards that are set by the state of Texas, and the approaches, meets, and master's levels are all considered passing by the state of Texas. The commissioner has set goals for each of those levels, and his goal is that 30% of students across the state of Texas reach the master's level, that 60% reach the meets level, and that 90% reach the approaches level. And so tonight, the data that we're going to be looking at specific to House Bill 3 is all focused on students meeting the meets grade level expectation. So most of the goals that you will see are set at that 60% mark. That's because that's what the commissioner set up for us. That's his expectation for us as a district. We did have some student groups and some assessments that were already above the 60% mark. And whenever we were above 60%, what you'll notice is that we just did a 5-point increase for our goal, which would equal to 1 percentage point a year. So we're going to start out with early childhood reading, and I'm going to take some time to talk about this graph specifically, just to give you some context for the way that the graphs are set up so that we can move quickly through the other graphs tonight. So you'll notice that the navy blue bars are specific to Leander ISD, and that those gray bars are specific to the state of Texas. You'll notice on the left, down at the bottom, it says actual, and on the right, you'll see the word goals. So the two numbers over on the left represent the 18-19 baseline data. Then you'll see an X for 1920 because there was no STAR assessment in 1920. And then you'll see the actual data for 2021. Then moving on, for the next 4 years, what you'll see are the goals that were set out in the 18-19 school year for our students. We had a lot of conversation over the summer and this fall about the desire to adjust our goals based on our current data. And we decided that because we did not have a large 100% of our students testing, that maybe this wasn't the time yet to adjust our goals. So we chose to leave our goals the same for next year and the years following, knowing that we may adjust our goals after we have another set of data this year. So any questions about the way that the graph is set up before I move on to other graphs?
Just one for me, and we see this throughout. The comparison is to the state. In the accountability presentation we saw last, there were numerous comparisons to comparison districts. Was this a choice, or is there also analysis being done around those comparison districts, or how do we look at this? Because obviously the expectation, knowing Leander ISD, is always that we're well ahead of the state average.
Absolutely. So House Bill 3 requires us to look at our individual student groups, so that's what's laid out for us in legislation. So this graph here was really done for context for us. What was interesting to us was to look at the slope of the actual data, right? So we were very interested to see, coming out of a pandemic, how did that fare for our different student groups? How did it fare for us as compared to the state? So Aaron, you're exactly right. We have other data specific to the districts that we compare ourselves to that was presented back in the accountability data. We also had a little bit of that in the STAR presentation, and so we are looking at that as well. But this data tonight is really just going to focus in on our Leander ISD students.
Can I ask one quick question also?
So were the goals adjusted at the state level going into this, or were they also pre-COVID, like 2018 goals?
That's a great question. So the goals have not been adjusted. So the 60% at the meets level is still the goal by the state of Texas, but they did give us an additional year. So what you'll notice is that the goals that were originally for 1920 have been pushed back for 2021. The goals that were for 21-22 have been pushed back for 22-23. So essentially they gave us kind of like an off year, and we just slid all of our goals back 1 year. But 60% is the goal for the state of Texas by now the 24-25 school year.
Jennifer, can I add something before you move on? So our team, our data team, has been looking at data on the raw scores for STAR and across the board, and also as well as the weighted scores, and they are preparing a Friday memo for you comparing those data points across that range of 11 other districts that they shared with you at the last board meeting. And so, but this lines up with the requirements for House Bill 3 and the reporting requirements. And like Jennifer said, the Friday memo will show you as well, but we wanted to see, okay, so in 18-19 for reading, that score was 56%, and now 2021, it's 55. How does that, so we went down 1 percentage point. How does that compare with what happened across the state on average? And we just wanted to see, you know, if ours is like this and the state's is like this, that's something, you know, we really need to dig into. If they look very similar, you know, again, okay, and if they're different, why are they different? And, you know, and we can have those conversations. You'll see the same, a similar type of a contextualized comparison when we get into the math slide as well, but we are preparing data for you. Comparing us across all the 11 districts, or those 11 comparison districts that Brenda and Emily brought to you last week, 2 weeks ago.
Jennifer, I do have a question as we're looking at this comparison when it comes to us for all the other districts. Is it going to be equal though, right? Are we looking at an apples to apples comparison? Because I thought some districts had some students participate in STAR, some students had different percentages participating in STAR. So knowing from the COVID years, do you see this kind of being some data we should think of other things that may be impacting it when we're trying to do a comparison?
For sure, and I think Emily and Brenda have done a nice job over their last couple of presentations to remind us that the numbers of students who tested in each district is different. And even if the percentage is exactly the same, the makeup of the students who chose to test may have been different. And so I think that we have to look at the data with caution, but I think that we can also find some things that are relevant in the data as well. We like to use the phrase collection of evidence when we're talking about data. So in our minds, STAR is one data point and a collection of evidence about how we're doing, and we're going to show you a little bit more in the universal screener data whenever we get to some of the other assessments that we're using. So I'm going to move through these next graphs just a little more quickly. So this is still specific to early childhood reading. So in 3rd grade, how did our students perform based by race and ethnicity? So again, we're looking at the slopes of the different lines there on the left for the actual. And so you'll notice that some student groups went up, some student groups stayed about the same, and some student groups went down. So it's just interesting looking at this data to see the pandemic impact on our students. But again, it's not 100% of our students testing. I would say that we have a lot of questions every time we dig into the data. This next graph is specific still to 3rd grade reading, and it's broken out by economically disadvantaged and other programs. You'll notice again, some went up and then some went down, but that data is broken out for you there. When we talk about STAR data, sometimes we use the term lag measure. STAR data is typically considered summative data. It's at the end of the year. How did our students do? But whenever we talk about House Bill 3, we also want to talk about some of our leading measures. What are the things that we can look at to predict how our students might do in the future? And so I'm going to click over to the next chart, which talks to us a little bit about our kindergarten, 1st and 2nd and 3rd grade early reading instruments data, because we believe that this could help us understand how our students might do by the time they get to 3rd grade. So as we think about those 5 years of goals, how might these students do whenever they get to third grade, and they are in that student group. So this data is based on ISIP, which is our universal screener. It is a lead measure, and this chart shows us BOY data for kindergarten, first, second, and third grade over the last 3 years. And so it's interesting looking at this data, but the data is very complex. And so Emily helped us look at this data in a little bit different way. So the next chart is actually a cohort view of that exact same data. So this chart shows us our current second grade students. And currently, at the beginning of the year, 71% of those students were performing at the 60th or the 40th percentile or higher. We can look at those students and see that when they were in kindergarten, they came in with 67% scoring. At that tier 1, at MOY, they were up to 69%. And then at end of year, that's when they were at home for the pandemic. So that was the spring of 2020. We did not have an assessment. For the next year, they came in first grade at 66%, went up to 68%, stayed at 68% at the end of the year, and then for the beginning of this year, now they're up to 71%. So to me, this graph gives me hope. And this graph shows that yes, there is an impact on our students from the pandemic, but our students are ready to learn, and our students are in a very good place. The next chart is very similar. This is our current third grade students. So again, you can see where were they in kindergarten. First grade there you can see is their COVID year where they were out for the spring of 2020, where they were in second grade, and now where they are in third. And so again, was there a COVID impact? Was there a pandemic impact? Absolutely. But again, our third grade students are ready to learn. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this ISIP data again in the next presentation. So specific next steps for reading based on our House Bill 3 goals. We know that we adopted new pre-K resources last year, and we have new early childhood curriculum that is being implemented right now. And we believe strongly that by working with our 3- and 4-year-olds, that those students are going to be even more ready for kindergarten whenever they come to kindergarten. We are excited about the activities that are happening with them, and our students are growing in our early childhood classrooms.
I'm sorry, I hate to take us back one slide, but I have a question I need to ask. You talked about the cohort effect, and if I look at the ISIP data here in this cohort for third grade, it seems to tell a story of growth in terms of the ISIP scores. And yet if I go back and I look at the STAR data for those same students, it shows a regression, correct?
So these students would have only tested once in third grade, so they would not have cohort STAR data.
Okay. So I guess the validation I'm looking for is some cohort STAR comparison, because this could be a false indicator, right? Because how students perform in ISIP versus how they perform in STAR, it's not something I know, right? It's not an express relationship. And so I want to make sure that what we're getting out of this system is accurately projecting what we can expect from STAR.
Sure, so in order to do cohort data for STAR, we could look at 5th grade and then how they performed in 4th and how they performed in 3rd. We could do something along those lines if that's interesting to you. But I will say that our ISIP data is nationally normed, but they do also do some predictive scores with the spring administration. So that January administration, they say to us, when students make X score, we anticipate that their STAR scores will look like Y. And so we can get that information to you if that's something that's interesting.
Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think in some of the presentations we've done in the past, the apples to apples or more of the apples to apples comparison was STAR data and looking at the percentage of students who have met the passed based on the approaches and above, that it correlates almost pretty precisely to the end of your ISIP data. Not necessarily for last year's STAR data, keep in mind again, because of the participation rates.
Jennifer, I would be interested when we're looking at the assessment slate that we give. And I know we have an assessment task force that's kind of looking at all those places of where we're testing our kiddos to make sure it's not over one or that it's something that's across the system, that we have a good handle on it. You're using all these different data points. And granted, when you look at STAR, there is that, okay, here's what we did on the score, but I don't know if that is as impactful to a system as getting data on these assessments that tell us how can we improve our learning, what can we do right now to direct. So I am interested as we continue the talks. Great if we know how we did, but I think in a COVID year that's going to be somewhat elusive and challenging, although y'all can get us to wherever you think as close as you can. But really, I'd like to know and understand which ones are we using to help impact how we're doing learning and instruction in the classroom.
Great, thank you. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and move on to our second bullet about next steps for reading. So we do have the district-wide implementation of our Texas Reading Academy for all of our K through 3 teachers, including campus administrators and instructional coaches. Our teachers were given some time during the Continuous Improvement Conference to continue to make progress on the reading academies. The feedback that we hear is that they are very, very time intensive. They are very, very rigorous. For our teachers, we have teachers that are submitting assignments that are taking them hours to be able to put together the artifacts that need to be submitted. And so we're very proud of the work that our teachers and administrators are doing right now, but we know that it's a heavy lift for them. But we are already hearing examples of how the learning is impacting instruction in the classroom. I got to meet with a principal just last week who was making connections about her campus improvement plan and the learning that's happening with the Texas Reading Academy. So we do believe that it's going to make a difference. And as a reminder to you, both the Texas Reading Academy and these House Bill 3 plans and goals were both a part of House Bill 3. So these things were put together intentionally by the state of Texas. We do want to reconnect and re-engage with our campus professional learning communities. Our team has been out meeting with every single professional learning community, touching base with teachers and supporting them with instruction. And then of course, a focus on data analysis and action planning as we think about our campus improvement plans and our district improvement plan. So I'm going to switch over to math, and it's a very similar set of data. But want to focus in on these numbers. So again, we're back to a district and state comparison here for mathematics. You'll see the district is navy blue and the state is gray. We did not, again, change the goals, and so the goals that were set back in 2018 are the same goals for 2024, 2025. And so that goal is at 60%. Again, the state was listed as a comparison here really so we could look at the slope. The next chart is specific to mathematics data by race and ethnicity. You will notice that all of our student groups did go down in mathematics. This trend matches what we are reading in the research about mathematics impact, the pandemic impact on mathematics performance. So we have some research that we can share with you if that's interesting to you. We have to remember that not all of our students tested, but we are seeing a decrease in our mathematics performance right now. Whenever you look at the third grade meets level for economically disadvantaged and by program, again, you'll notice that all of those student groups did go down. So again, this is lag data. So what does our lead measures look like? So this is our kindergarten, first grade, second, and third grade MAP baseline data. So we're very excited about the implementation of our universal screener. We believe that it's going to give our teachers very, very good information about where students are ready to learn. So you'll see that our kindergarten students, we have 85% of our kindergarten students that are coming in ready to learn in kindergarten. Those students are at the 40th percentile or higher. In first grade, we're at 76%. In second grade, we're at 74%. And in third grade, we're at 72%. And so again, national research does tell us that students across the state and across the nation are not as strong in mathematics as they typically have been. And MAP is the right tool at the right time to be able to help our teachers and our administrators figure out what needs to happen next for each and every student. So for mathematics, our next steps are, again, those early childhood curriculum revisions. We're very excited about the new resources that were adopted and the professional learning that's happening with our early childhood teachers, reconnecting and re-engaging with our professional learning communities, again, specific to mathematics. We're very, very excited and thankful for the implementation of the NWEA MAP growth assessment. Again, we believe that it is the right tool at the right time. And we're very excited about the intentional learning that's happening with our third grade teachers in mathematics across our system.
All right, so the college and career military readiness aspect of the House Bill 3 proficiency plans. This data is set up similarly to what you saw for the third grade reading and math plans and goals. You can see there we have data for the class of 2018, 19, and 20. It's always lags by 1 year. And again, we have put the state onto this table or this graph just as a reference point to look at the trends, not to compare it and say, hey, look at us, we're so much better than the state. We definitely aim higher than the state averages. You can see the goals set by the state in the bottom in the gray though on the right side, and where we are going to be at with our goals over the next 4 years. Again, as required by House Bill 3, we have broken out the data by student groups, and this particular slide shows the ethnicity piece, and you see that there's been a slight decrease in all areas, some a little bit greater than others. And then when you look at other things like economic disadvantage, ELL, that sees some data there as well. Overall, this is just a breakdown of what you saw in that first data slide, that the blue areas are where for students who met both TSI and both ELA and math. And the gold area is that they achieve CCMR by another measure. I'm not sure if on our next slide it shows the other measures, but we are also preparing, when I say we, I do mean Brenda and Emily, are also preparing some data for you that breaks down our CCMR data into the other areas like passing score on an AP exam, participation in dual credit, CTE certifications, things like that, so that you can compare all of those disaggregated pieces of data across those 11 districts that they presented to you a couple of weeks ago, so that you can see where we land in those areas. I can tell you that within those 11 districts are, for instance, that blue bar, that TSI, passed both math and ELA. We ranked number 1, and we ranked number 1 or number 2 in pretty much all of those areas across those 11 districts. So it'll be nice for us to be able to show that data for you to get an idea of where we're getting, where the state's getting that 85 and number in the 80s, whereas many of the other districts, most of the other districts are significantly lower. You can see, so we were at 86, we're currently for that class of 2020, we're in the 85 range. Thanks, Jennifer. Sorry, I was giving a lot of extra information there. So we're working with our campus leaders. I mean, that's the key. You look at the data for their campuses, have people from our teaching and learning team sit down with them and talk about what areas they want to identify for growth and improvement based on what's happening on their campuses. And we're digging into that data, and then they've already been developing those custom support plans for each campus to meet their individual needs.
So the findings and next steps overall about our House Bill 3 plans and goals. So we know that the pandemic the pandemic had an impact, and virtual students who may not have tested on STAR, it did impact our system. We know that the pandemic and virtual students also will impact our future CCMR data. And so it's just something for us to keep in mind. As Matt mentioned, the data we're looking at tonight is the class of 2020 who was slightly impacted by the pandemic. We do anticipate a larger impact with the class of 2021. For our next steps, we are sharing the campus-specific data with principals this week. That was sent to them, and then we got to spend some time with our principals on Tuesday, digging into their campus plans and helping them adjust the plans that they need to for their campuses. And then we're supporting principals with plans towards their campus goals. Just today, I got to talk with an elementary principal who was concerned about her mathematics data, and she asked if our team could come out and start working with her teachers and instructional coach. So our teams are digging in, and our principals are digging in to this data specific to House Bill 3. So any other discussion about this? And we do have more universal screener data.
Board members?
Yeah, I have one kind of closing comment for this portion. As I look at the requirements of House Bill 3 for this particular step, I see essentially two parts. One is review the data, and the second is create and adopt a plan. I will personally publicly express a little frustration in terms of the data reviewed. We've seen a snippet of data around early childhood reading and mathematics. Admittedly, it's a particular strain of data and presented in a way that makes it very difficult for me as a trustee to understand the larger landscape of those two very important areas of interest for the state, for us as trustees, for our community, for our educators. So I feel like I'm having a hard time getting a real picture of what the data says and what conclusions we're drawing from the data to inform the creation of our plans. I know there's loads of data. I know we've got really talented people in the district who are looking at that data. The step that's missing for me is we've analyzed all the data, and here are the stories that we think are critically important for improvement. And I mean, this is all kind of deficit analysis by nature, right? It's where do we need to improve the most, or the most rapidly, or the most urgently? And I haven't seen that, right? So it may exist, it may be exactly what informed creation of the plan, but I personally can't connect the dots based on what I've seen.
I want to add to that. There was some data that I was curious about. I reached out to the staff when I saw that I had questions, and they were able to answer all of those questions. And so I think that if you have additional questions about data, you can ask those. I think at the same time, I think it's important that the staff is presenting some of that data in the board meeting, but not every piece of the data at the board meeting. I'm trying to think of the best way to say this. There are people who have spent their careers in analyzing and compiling this data, and I want to look through the data, and I appreciate that data. I also know that I can reach out to them, and I don't know if you've already done that. You may have already done that and you didn't get the answers to your questions, but I am offering that I reached out, and I was very grateful that they were able to answer the questions I had.
Just two responses. First, I'm not asking for every piece of data. That was not what I suggested. I don't need to personally see it. It's not my job to analyze all that data or confirm that it's been done properly and we've drawn all the right conclusions and all of that, right? That's not my interest. That's not my intent. We don't have time to do that in our board meetings. Second point is really the crux of my earlier comment, which was I haven't seen the data and the analysis presented in a way that tells me the stories that we're discovering in the data that are driving the plan. So that's the missing link for me, right? I don't know what those conclusions were or what the analysis revealed that's driving the development of this plan. And so for me, that's the struggle, is the data should say what it says, right? The analysis finds streams or threads or patterns that we're going to go attack. And then the plan addresses strategies to go do that. I just can't personally connect the dots based on what's been presented. I'm pretty confident if I can't, our community members can't. And so I'm struggling a little bit to understand the story of the data and how that leads to the plan.
Migo?
Your microphone's on, Anna.
Yeah,
so
I had a question.
Absolutely.
I didn't know if you were going to respond. I guess for me, because I've been wanting to say this, but our Parents as Teacher program, we've had students, we've been watching and collecting data.
I don't need a presentation. I'm just curious where this fits into, because we've got a program that is beneficial. We've seen the results. We've seen the positive results. I'm just wondering, like, you know, we mentioned our, the next steps for early childhood math and reading. What does that look like with the parents and teachers involved? Because you know, I've been at that program. I can just speak highly of it, like what we've done with that program and the intervention in that program and having those students set up for success. I'm just curious, like, where this falls into it. Friday memo's fine, but that's just something I'm very passionate about. I think y'all guys know that.
So I'll work backwards quickly. So absolutely, and when you look at data from students who are participating in some of our early childhood programs and how they fare as they head into kindergarten and beyond, as compared to students who are eligible to participate but don't, it's very telling about the impact of participation in the early childhood program. So be happy to share that that is not a problem at all. I think when we get into the early screeners, or the universal screeners in a minute, that should clarify some of the information that's being asked for, because as a norm reference, these are national norm reference assessments that have been, are nationally recognized as being valid assessments that will show us, that data itself shows us where our students fall compared to all the other students in the United States that take the MAP test, that take the ISIB test. And so we can see, right, you know, in that is comparing more than just districts in Central Texas or across Texas, but it's comparing them to all of the students in their grade levels that are taking the test. As far as comparison to other districts, again, when we share some of those, we'll share some of that comparison data that we're working on across those 11 comparison districts relative to some of the STAR data. Again, people who know more than me have exercised caution in using STAR data from last year, where we had 65% participation rates, as some questioning the validity of drawing predictions from that data. That being said, as we do cautiously and with reservation and look at our data compared to that of other districts, let me just be blunt. I haven't seen one district that had scores that went up over the last year and a half. And when we look at how much scores have gone down or remained flat or gone down, we are right there in the middle with your Frisco's, with your Allen, with your Round Rock, if not better. And so we'll show you that data and bring it in a Friday memo. And if there is a desire to include that in a presentation to the public and the board in the future, we would be happy to do that as well.
I have a question, though, and it might be similar to Aaron's, it might be different. It is this connect the dots for what I'm seeing. So when I look at HB3, and I pulled it up as we were talking, and HB3 says that you need to have annual goals, which is what I see that y'all set up, and then it needs to be for the next 5 years. Y'all told me based on the math, you just looked at what the end goal was going to be, and then you divided it up, and that's just purely how you got those goals that we were going to set. Then each plan, which is what I think you're presenting this evening, identifies the annual goals, which is what you're identifying to us, by the student groups. And then each of those annual goals are going to be aggregated for student growth. So we're seeing that too over the years. And then it talks about professional development that you're going to do based on these numbers. And so that's what I think I saw in there. You're talking about reading academies that you were doing. And then y'all need to have at least one district level administrator employee. I'm sure y'all have gotten that taken care of because y'all have talked about that. And then submit the report. So when I'm looking at the report, it is purely the goal, the number, how you're doing it, and then not only that, but then telling us your professional development for the classroom. I think this is, when I think about the goals overall for a district, we have a lot of mandates from the state. So there's this one that's HB3, and then there's also, I would argue 1566, where you look at STAR and A through F. We use our superintendent evaluation and some of those numbers. And then there's our DWIC, which has kind of our district goals. So we have 3 sets of goals. And so I feel like you've met, from what I'm reading, what this is, but it's how it fits in the bigger picture. And so I'm thinking as we get to the universal screener and we talk about the assessments, you have that to help us connect the dots of how all these pieces meet. But is there something I'm missing as I'm trying to see how these all things work together?
I don't think so. We did load into Board Book for you guys this week our assessment inventory so that you'll have a broader scope of what the assessment system looks like here in Leander ISD. As Trish mentioned earlier, we did have an assessment task force come together last spring. We knew during the pandemic that we didn't have all of the data that we needed for our students, and so we knew we needed to make some shifts, which is why you now see the implementation of the Universal Screener. With the addition of the Universal Screener, it also allowed us to back off on some of our district-created assessments. And so in that assessment inventory, you can see exactly what assessments are given to each grade level for each course. So that has been loaded into Board Book for you, and we hope that that also helps to paint the broad picture.
Board members, with your permission, I know the goal was to try to take both of these together, but we do have our guest speaker. Can we go ahead and have Colby Nichols with our legislative update come up? We'll take a break on data. Sorry, y'all. I know you're right there. You're ready to go, but we're going to take a break. We'll get back to you, though. We'll have Colby come up and give us a legislative update. I told them you would use words much better than I did. And you're going to give us kind of a legislative update, maybe a update over the special sessions and all the good stuff we need to know.
Can y'all hear me? Okay. Okay, so, well, I know this is going to be less riveting than the data talk, but we are finally through with the very special sessions, at least for the time being. We've already had at least one state official call for a fourth special, which immediately made all staffers consider doing something drastic. But in all seriousness, you know, this is a crazy time in the political world. You know, I think what we saw especially this last special session, is what we expected to see in the regular, which is redistricting. And it did dominate, but we also had several other big important pieces of legislation passed. One of those being Senate Bill 8, which was the funding for the additional coronavirus funding that came down from the federal government. Now this, for all intents and purposes, had nothing to do with the education funding that we previously saw. But there were a couple of things in there that has some impact on education. One of those is $500.5 million for broadband infrastructure, which was a major priority for the legislature this last session. Additionally, some funding for expansion for the child mental health, including $3.2 million for that new consortium that they created in the last legislative session. Additionally, they provided $286 million for retired teachers to help ensure that their health premiums did not increase. So all good things, all positive. Property tax. We saw Senate Bill 1. We actually saw at the end of the second special session, and I will get those confused at some point tonight, but the second special session, we had a bill from the Senate come over to the House that didn't go anywhere. The Speaker then indicated after the session was over that he was interested in doing something, and actually named that specific piece of legislation. So we had that specific piece of legislation come up again. It went to the House. It was essentially coming from the Senate, a one-year tax compression, which is a bit odd and sort of awkward, because what would happen then in turn was we, of course, would see those tax rates go back up more than likely, because it wouldn't be factored into the school finance formula. And the hold harmless for school districts would have only lasted for that 1 year. Now, the House turned that proposal into essentially direct checks to homeowners. And it's going to be around $533, I believe, for each homeowner. The Senate didn't like that idea, so they went to a conference committee. And what we ended up with was moving from a $25,000 homestead exemption to a $40,000 homestead exemption, a 60% increase, which is going to be very welcome by taxpayers. So Senate Bill 3, this was in the second special session. Oh, I guess I need to mention redistricting. We had some major changes, especially in this area. And so we're going to see how all that shakes out. We do have some seats that are kind of up in the air. Obviously, one of those being Representative Tallarico, who had a very small sliver of Leander ISD anyway, but he has now moved into another district and is running in that district, and some other changes to follow from that. Senate Bill 3, which is the civics instruction bill. Some folks refer to this as the critical race theory bill. This bill was originally House Bill 3979 in the regular session. The governor signed House Bill 3979, but he claimed it didn't go far enough, so they put it on the special session call. And then in the second, they did pass the legislation, which includes civics training for teachers. So you're going to be required to send at least one teacher and one instructional leader. The teachers will be given a stipend. It is silent as to the instructional leaders. So they will be given training in TEKS, taught how to give guided classroom discussions of current events and that are consistent with restrictions in the legislation, classroom simulations and models of governmental and democratic processes consistent with those same restrictions, encouraged to discuss media literacy, and then strategies to incorporate civics in other parts of the curriculum. The State Board of Education will have to review the TEKS. There will be some changes over at the State Board of Ed with regards to this bill. And then finally, the most controversial, obvious aspect of the bill, it prohibits inculcation in certain concepts via the legislation. So that was Senate Bill 3. That was in the second special. Also in the second special, Senate Bill 7. This was the 13th check for TRS retirees, which I think pretty much everyone can agree was a much needed item for retirees, and made me feel really good because my mother is a TRS retiree, and it's always my fault when they don't get a 13th check. So SCR 3, and this isn't a really it is a big deal, but it's not a big deal. It doesn't have the effect of law. It's a concurrent resolution. But what this did, this was by Senator Nichols, and it urged the federal government to allow states to grant the right to license for school bus drivers. Now, I know Leander has this issue. I know neighboring districts have this issue. This is a big issue for my rural clients. If I told you the number of superintendents that are still driving buses in the state of Texas because they don't have enough bus drivers. By the way, Bruce, is your CDL still good or no? Okay. But there is quite a few, and this is a very we've tried to fix this at the state level on several occasions. It's a very complex issue because the way the licensing works is that you not only have what we would typically see in a licensing exam, but you also sort of have this under the hood requirement that you have to do as well that has more to do with mechanics, that's really more consistent with CDL, like traditional CDL drivers, and not bus drivers. So we've asked for some relaxing of those standards. It hasn't happened. So perhaps this will get the federal government's attention. We'll be able to make that process a little more flexible. House Bill 25, this is the UIL biological sex bill. This really, at the end of the day, for the most part, codified the current UIL rules with some exceptions when it comes to birth certificates. Again, very controversial, but that did pass. Senate Bill 15, this was our big one. This was the virtual education bill. And we sort of talked about this in our previous sort of meeting. At the time, it wasn't finalized. We kind of had an idea of what would happen. But essentially, it's exactly what we were asking for on a few points. Number one, it gives a mechanism for ADA funding through asynchronous or synchronous instruction. It did prohibit teachers from teaching both. It provided some controls to ensure that charters weren't stealing from school districts weren't stealing from charters, and school districts weren't stealing from other school districts' students. It gave the schools discretion in how you conduct your virtual program for the most part. It allows for hybrid programs. It's very important to the House author, at least, that there were the ability for students to not only attend virtually, but also in person, so that they could do half a day virtual, half a day in person. That is completely up to the district as well. MOUs for non-participating districts, allowing districts to partner with each other in order to, potentially facilitate some of these districts that don't have the infrastructure to build these programs. There was an amendment put on in the Senate. It was Brian Hughes from East Texas that said that teachers could not be coerced into teaching virtual education. It was later changed because it also said originally that it had to be, essentially had to be in their contract or they had to consent. They took that part off, but they left the part that said that they can't be coerced. I went to law school. I don't know what coerce means in this context. And so I think this could be a litigation minefield in the future, and something we have to kind of look out for. Is other duties as assigned in their contract, is that coercion? I don't know. I would argue no, of course, but it's an open question, right? District restrictions. This is where this bill significantly differed from the bill that we saw in the regular session. So a district has to have a C or better. You got to have a complete high school program, including each course for which an EOC is required. You have to provide an option of in-person instruction. That was very big for the governor's office. And again, I think a lot of people thought that this was in response to COVID, right? And we quickly realized that as far as the policymakers were concerned, that was not the case, that this was a more long-lasting policy goal. Additionally, there had to be a 10% cap, which for most districts was not an issue. Student restrictions. If the student received a majority of their instructional days during the preceding school year, the student would not count for ADA funding if they met these prohibitions, I guess. They did not pass STAR or EOC or an equivalent exam if they opted out. If they exceeded unexcused absences of 10% of the number of instructional days in the preceding school year, or they did not earn a grade of C or higher in the foundation curriculum courses they took virtually or remotely. There was a lot of confusion about this provision, and I even saw it misquoted in a couple of articles that I read. Originally, a lot of people thought that this was any student that met those requirements, not students that spent the majority of the preceding school year virtual. I think that's an important element that has to be met, and that significantly brings down the number of students that meet that. Again, not exactly what we wanted. Helpful. I was in contact with Dr. Gehring throughout this process. I'm glad that it is in place, but there's going to be a lot of study that has to occur. We are going to have the commission that's going to look at the virtual education. Now, one of my issues with that is we're only going to really have 1 year of data to really look at what we're doing with this type of program, because frankly, as many of us have discussed in the past, the program that we all had to set up, what I call the slide down the fire pole program during COVID, is not reflective of what this policy goal is trying to accomplish, right? So that was a really quick rundown, and my plan is to get you all some sort of one-pager or something of that nature for what you directly are going to have to deal with, because there's new bullying policies, all the other legislation that I discussed here, and more to come, I'm sure, on some of the stuff that I've discussed. But I want to get y'all a one-pager of, if I can make it one page, of all the things that you're going to have to look forward to. I do want to put one thing on your radar. I know Trish heard this today in a presentation, but SBEC has been meeting about contract abandonment. This sort of goes to our goal about local control. They're making significant changes to when a local board can pursue contract abandonment for a teacher walking out on their contract. And again, no matter where you are on that spectrum about those rules as they're currently written, I think there is an argument to be had that ultimately what is happening is that SBEC's authority and control is going to be substituted for your logic and your decisions here at the local level. So we'll keep an eye on that. They will, I think the rules are supposed to come out in the federal Texas Register tomorrow. And then I believe they're going to have another hearing on December 10th where they will take some public comments. So we'll keep you up to date.
Colby, that's awesome. We have now moved from legislation, lawmaking into rulemaking. Hopefully we can continue that trajectory and not go back into legislation anytime soon.
Yeah, I would love that. I was ready for them to go home. But what I will say also, I was going to mention on our data bill that we passed during the regular session, I have no updates as to the rulemaking. Remember, we pushed that out to 2023. I've talked to the agency a little bit about that. I know some of the stakeholders have come to me, some of the major companies that were concerned about it. They obviously want to see it at the table, but we'll keep y'all up to date on that. And as I mentioned during the session, we want those folks to have a seat at the table because it's important that they're there as stakeholders as well.
Thank you. Board members, any other questions?
Thank y'all so much.
You mentioned a one-pager. Is that the summary of all of these legislative updates that you've just discussed today?
Well, actually, what I was going to do is just put down the legislation that is going to directly impact you as a board, meaning things that you're going to have to take action on in the future.
Is there clarity on how it translates into implementation?
Not yet, and a lot of that clarity will come through TASB's local update when it comes. I don't know, people that are more in tune with TASB may be able to tell you the timeline on that, but it's typically, it should be coming up pretty quick.
I do believe that if the policy committee hasn't already started on it, y'all will be starting shortly. So.
Yeah, and it seems to get larger and larger after every legislative session too, so that's fun.
And so I'm under the impression the goal wasn't for Colby to tell us what would all be in the policy update or to necessarily do a complete recap, although we have our TASB, and I can make sure too we get you that link as well, Sade, so we'll go back and get you some of those. But the highlights of the things that are going to directly impact us as we're doing work, I mean, we know the policy stuff because we'll see that, but if there's something we should be paying attention to or you know something special with the district, I'm hoping you'll pull that stuff out to highlight for us as we move forward.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right.
Thank y'all so much.
All right. Thank you, Colby. Appreciate it. Appreciate all your work. We have kept y'all busy, and you kept us busy. So, all right. Without further ado, we'll go back up and talk about our universal screener baseline data and early reading instruments report. As we do that, if I remember correctly, our HB3 goal was only focusing on third graders. Now this one is going to do all of our early, multiple grades, not just third.
Absolutely correct. So yeah, this will answer some of your questions, Madam President, that you had in the last presentation, I think, relative to universal screeners. So that is the purpose, just to share the what we call the BOI data, but the beginning of the year data that has been collected for our students kindergarten through 8th grade in reading and math. And this also includes a deeper dive into the early reading instrument report data. So what is a universal screener? It is a brief assessment. You can read that. We give it at the beginning of the year, middle of the year, and the end of the year. And it provides data on each and every student in our system that teachers can use to, it provides actionable evidence that they can use for individual students with what their needs are. And it also provides that trend data that you can use at several different levels in a teacher's classroom to identify specific standards that they need and concepts that they need to hit on. It can also be used to identify trends and goals for a specific grade level at a particular school. It can also be used to identify some holes like that I would say at the curriculum level, which would be that district-wide lens. So both of our universal screeners, the ISIP and now the MAP, the Measure of Academic Progress for math, is computer adaptive assessment, which is really kind of cool because every time a kid answers a question, it's that flow chart. If they answer correctly, they get progressively harder questions. And if they answer incorrectly, then they get questions that are slightly less difficult, so that you can really adapt the assessment in that real time to get to pinpoint more precisely where a student is at and where where support is needed. Again, I should probably point out the little asterisk thing at the bottom, that these tests are nationally normed. And like I said in the last presentation, that they are associated with a national percentile rank of where they fall compared to all of the other students across the nation that take these universal screeners. So why do we need it? I think I pretty much covered that. It measures individual growth over time, but it also pinpoints for teachers what students need down to the standard concept and skill level in order to develop interventions. It also provides trend data for teachers, principals, and district level employees to use to establish areas that are in need of improvement that we can focus on. It also provides increased communication to you all throughout the year about where we are at with student learning and where we are at as far as predictive data on how STAR data might come out or probably will come out. These tests are very well correlated to the STAR test, especially when we have 99% of our students taking the test. That's when they really work well. Jennifer, I'll just let you take it from here.
Thanks. All right, so ISIP is our reading assessment, and as most of you know, we have been using ISIP in our system with our kindergarten through 5th grade students since 2017. This year we did add 6th, 7th, and 8th graders to our ISIP assessment. ISIP does meet the need of our early reading instrument, which is required by the state of Texas in Texas Education Code 28.006. It also meets the requirement of the 7th grade reading assessment in the same education code. And it is a nationally normed assessment. So this is our K through 5 data specific to ISIP. So very similar to the K through 3 data that we looked at earlier, we've just tacked on 4th and 5th grade data. As well, you can see BOY scores for our students kindergarten through 5th grade over the course of the last 3 years. Again, this data is very complex. We could choose to look at cohorts. So for example, in 5th grade, our 5th graders came in this year at about 78%, meeting the expectation. In 4th grade, those same students were at 74% at the beginning of the year. And then in 3rd grade, those students were also at 74. So again, we feel very hopeful about where our students are. Did the pandemic have an impact? Absolutely, it had an impact on our students. But when we look at this and we think back to a year ago when we were wondering what the impact was going to be on our students, we feel very hopeful looking at this data.
Explain to me, why do you feel hopeful though? I just want to make sure I'm not assuming the same things. What is it in that data that tells you we're hopeful?
So as I look at cohort data for students over time, even through the pandemic, I see that our scores are about the same or maybe even a smidge better for the majority of our cohorts, which just tells me that our students did not decline in the pandemic in the way that we felt like they might this time last year, not knowing what the learning from home impact, the spring of 2020 impact might have on our students. So then this is our 6th, 7th, and 8th grade data. It does look a little bit different because we only have one beginning of year score for them, right? We don't have that historical picture for them. So one thing for you to remember is that our 6th graders took the ISIP assessment the previous year in 5th grade and the previous year in 4th grade and the previous year in 3rd grade. And so for those 6th grade students, they came in and testing using the ISIP was a part of what they were used to doing every year. And so we see, again, 6th grade's at 78%. When those kids were in 5th grade, they were at 78%. So we are trucking right along with that group of students. When we look at our 7th and 8th grade data, we are surprised by what we see. We do not feel necessarily like this is an accurate measure of what our students can do. And again, this is one piece of data and a collection of evidence about our students. We know that the 7th graders did not take ISIP when they were in 6th grade. Our 8th graders did not take it in 6th and 7th grade. And so we wonder what the impact was for them, seeing that assessment again that they had seen in elementary school that had not been a part of their routine over the last couple of years. So again, we're working very closely with our teachers, looking at other pieces of evidence like a running record for our students, like looking at classroom assessments for our students to see what is the instruction that is needed for them. ISIP does also provide instructional components where our students could receive instruction through the program as well, based on the places where they were successful and based on the places where they needed to learn. So we are anxious to see our middle of year data for 7th and 8th grade. We hope that it will give us a more accurate picture, what we believe, where our students are performing. This is our chart, K-8, so you can see it kind of looks like a bell curve. Whenever you look at our K-8 data, this is students who are hitting the 40th percentile or higher. We're going to break this data apart a little bit, though. We're going to talk about tiers and levels in ISIP. So we're going to dig in a little bit to some of the specificity in the data. So you've heard us talk before about Tier 1, which is about the 40th percentile or higher in ISIP. Now what we are looking at instead are levels. And so you'll see those 5 levels there on the right whenever we look at the data. So I'm going to click over and show you a different chart. So in this chart, the 2 greens, the dark green, the light green, and the gray are the exact same as this chart right here. So it's adding the dark green, the light green, and the gray together to give you this view here. This gives us more information. So if we were looking at a normally distributed set of data, what we would expect to see is that each one of those colors would be at about 20%. So 20% at the dark green, 20% at the light green, 20% at the gray, 20% at the yellow, and 20% at the red. So that would be kind of a normal distribution. And so that allows us to see where are our students in a little bit more detailed picture. Any questions about ISIP before I move on to MAP?
Board members, any questions?
Go ahead. Okay, so.
Wait, I'm seeing people look for mics, so I just want to make sure we don't, because we're going into math next, right?
Can you clarify running records, please?
Absolutely. So running records are my favorite form of assessment whenever we're talking about reading with a student. It's a teacher sitting right next to a student, listening to them read, and they are taking notes about the errors and the successes with students. With running records, sometimes we also have comprehension conversations with them to try to understand what it is that students understood about what they read.
And my next question, I do want to thank y'all for meeting with me earlier. I kind of went, y'all know this is my jam, intervention. But slide 6 says IStation determines intervention. Again, going back to those running records, IStation is not the only data we use for intervention for our students. Is that correct?
Absolutely. It is one piece of data and a collection of evidence for our students. Sometimes with iStation, we are surprised by what we see with students, which may prompt a teacher to say, hey, let's give that a try again. And this child might actually try on iStation again because they didn't get what they expected that they would see. Sometimes a teacher just pulls a student over and does a running record or uses other assessment data to figure out what really is going on with that child. But again, it's a screener, and the whole point of a screener is to see, are we getting what we thought that we would get? And if any flags go up, it allows the teacher to dig in deeper in those specific areas.
And my last question is the screener, we're giving it to all students. It's not modified, it's the screener for all, same across the board.
It is the same for all students across the board, but like Matt talked about earlier, it adjusts based on student performance because it's computer adaptive.
Kind of continuing theme from my earlier question, whether you look at slide 9 or slide 11, trying to make sure I understand the story in the data, right? How would you interpret that data, or what is the story that you think that data tells us? And I'm just asking because I want to make sure the conclusions I'm drawing are similar to the ones you're drawing.
So when I look at this data, I believe that 7th and 8th grade is an anomaly. I do not believe that it is an accurate picture of how our students are currently performing in reading based off of other data that I see. When I look at kinder through 6th grade data, I see that as students are in our system over time, they are progressing in the area of reading. So again, I'm interested to see what the middle of year data is going to show us. I hope that it shows us something different, but we'll be bringing that to you guys in January for sure.
Okay, so I guess just to confirm, you would say that 7th and 8th grade data looks problematic, but your conclusion is based on other data points. You disbelieve this data and believe that what will happen, what will be revealed in 9th grade or later in the year.
So I believe when we look at middle of year assessment data for our current 7th and 8th grade students, that what the data is going to show is that students had tremendous growth from the beginning of the year to the middle of the year. I don't believe necessarily that it's going to be because of growth and because of amazing instruction that happened in the classroom, which it does happen every day, but I do believe that the impact of students having not seen that assessment the 1 or 2 years prior had an impact on the first time that they saw that assessment at the beginning of this year.
Yep, that makes sense. So is the inverse also possible? Are there data points that suggest that we maybe shouldn't believe some of the peak, that maybe those are overstated?
So when I look at our trajectory over time, K through 5, I don't see anything that looks overstated. It seems right in line with what we would have expected. Again, pandemic impact, yes. Might it have been more like an 82 instead of a 78 without the pandemic? Maybe. We don't really know that for sure. But I don't see anything whenever I look at the data that says it's an stated piece of data.
Are teachers using running records for 7th and 8th grade to sort of disprove some of these numbers that you're seeing?
Yeah, so in 7th and 8th grade, the idea of a running record is a little bit different. So running records typically are for our students who are learning to decode. So teachers use running records when they're sitting down next to a student to see, are they mispronouncing the same word over and over again? Are they reversing letters? Are they reading really slowly? Are they repeating lines that are not tracking along with the text? And so typically we see teachers using the actual running record form more at the elementary levels, but our students in middle school sitting down and listening to kids read whenever students don't have high scores, yes. It just might not look like a running record where they're tracking the decoding types of data.
I was just wondering if there's example of the data that may sort of disprove what we're seeing in 7th and 8th grade at the beginning of the year in terms of ISIP. Maybe there's something else.
Yeah, sure.
Available.
So one of the things that I think about, and this is just thinking off of the top of my head, we were looking at some of our report card data from the first 6 weeks and how our students are doing based on grade level standards in English language arts. And we don't see a huge drop off in 7th and 8th grade as opposed to what we see in 6th grade. So that's just the first thing that comes to my mind is the data that we were just looking at last week together with our leadership team.
I was just going to add that just for the benefit of our middle school principals or any middle school teachers that might be listening on right now, that they are not sitting waiting around hoping that the middle of year data improves. They are creating interventions based on this data and supporting students with additional and targeted instruction to ensure that they do have a knowledge and understanding of the concepts.
That was my next question is, we've got students in these different tiers. What is that process with the collaboration with parents? Because we know that's different tiers and some students can go on to services or not. How, are parents getting this? I know I've got it for my students, but is this universal across the district? Are we giving parents this information?
So the ISIP specifically is marked on our report cards for K through 2 as a part of the early reading requirement from the state of Texas. We actually are partnering right now with our ITS team, trying to figure out how we can get this universal screener data into the hack for our parents. And so we've got a prototype going right now. The beginning of year baseline data is not the data that we want to be able to push out to parents. We want to be able to show them the growth data at middle of year. And so that's the partnership that we're working with right now with ITS, trying to figure out how do we get that data into HACC so that it's readily available for our parents at any time.
So I guess my next question, for those students who are in a tier 3 or even a tier 2 level, are we maintaining that constant communication with them so they're understanding the next steps and what, you know, is expected if their student needs to test out or whatnot?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that communication is critical for each of the tiers, for our students, for parents, and for teachers.
So our CBAs, we do those for third. I'm looking at I'm using the tool you gave us, the assessment thing, our CBAs.
Get bonus points tonight.
We use that for our third graders, fourth graders, fifth graders, and up. And so we do that 2 to 3 times a year. As we're talking about other data sets that help give us an idea of what's going on with our 7th and 8th graders, do we have any of the CBA data out that you are also looking at with that?
Yeah, so the CBA data is actually being used differently this year in mathematics and reading than it is for science and for social studies. And so what you should be seeing on your assessment inventory is that the assessments are being administered at the elementary level for science, because we do not have a universal screener for science, but that we no longer have a formal CBA stop and test everybody. Instead, the CBA is built into the units of study. So it feels more like a performance task at the end of a unit where teachers would ask students to write on a specific topic, or they might ask them to do some reading and, you know, respond in writing, those kinds of things, rather than bring your number 2 pencil tomorrow because we're taking a test.
That is very helpful to know, especially because as we're starting to read this, you know, there is a balance, right? When I was looking at the slide, I remember y'all were telling me what I should be seeing for the grades 1 through 5, right? Or was it through 6? And can you remind me the different tiers, like what is the analysis that y'all had based on this part of the graph?
So ask me again. I want to make sure that I'm answering your question correctly.
Yeah. So if I'm not looking at the data set with y'all, tell me what your analysis is based on grades K through 6. Because that is different, right? When you look at those structures versus 7 through 8. So what does K through 6 tell us then when I'm looking at this?
So if the data was normally distributed, we would expect that each one of those different color boxes for each grade level would be about 20%. When I look at those dark green boxes, our students that are performing at the 81st percentile or higher, we are up to 40% in some of our grade levels. So we are performing very strongly K through 6. As we look at the next boxes again, sometimes we see higher than that 20%. So when you look up at the top, when you're looking at the red and yellow, you want to see lower than the 20%, which is what we see K through 6 across our system. So that gives us a little bit of context even looking at the 7th and 8th, because it's closer to the idea of 20-20-20-20-20, but we still aren't confident that it is the accurate data. All right, so let's move on and talk a little bit about our MAP growth assessment. Again, this is a brand new assessment for our system, and as our teachers are learning about MAP growth assessment, so are we learning about MAP growth assessment. And even this week, we've been participating in some professional learning specific to MAP growth, and then turning that learning around for our administrators and for our classroom teachers. It does provide an opportunity to show growth over time. You will start to hear the vocabulary of a RIT score. So that doesn't really mean anything to you now, but by the time we start to talk about growth at the middle of the year, it is that RIT score that you want to see progress for our students. Very similar to the idea of a progress measure for STAR. The MAP growth assessment does provide data that measures where students are ready to learn. It is not a test of academic mastery. It instead tells us where students are ready to learn, and then you can see those instructional areas listed there. So this is our kindergarten through 8th grade baseline mathematics data. And so again, these are our students who are scoring at the 40th percentile or higher for each grade level in our system. It was the first time they took this assessment, and so we don't really have a prediction what the middle of the year is going to look like and how accurate it is. because it's the first time that these students took a test. I can tell you anecdotally, we talked to teachers who sat down next to students who were spending lots and lots of time trying to figure out how to click and drag things and move them over for the assessment. And once they got into the habit, then they were able to be a little bit more proficient just on the taking of the test itself. And so we're very interested to see how that's going to look at middle of year now that students understand how that technology works. So this is that same kind of colored chart. Again, if it was normally distributed, we would expect to see the 20% at each of those different color bands. You'll notice a change in the shading of the colors. These are actually the colors that both ISIP and MAP use on their online data systems, and we chose to leave those colors the same. For us, it's an indication when I look at one that has the greens and grays, I know I'm looking at reading. When I'm looking one that has the blues and greens, I know that I'm looking at mathematics. We decided to leave it that way to make it a little simpler for our system. We are excited about that kindergarten cohort that is coming in this year, right? I mean, that looks really, really good, but again, we have no idea what we're going to see with the growth data for those kindergarten students. But according to their baseline data, we have a really strong cohort of kindergarten students. Remember, we also have some students testing at home. I'll leave it at that.
And we also had 500 kids in pre-K last year and 1,000 this year. So we'll see what that means for the future of our data.
So this is our first time to talk about universal screeners with our Board of Trustees, and it really is baseline, very foundational. We're learning while our teachers are learning about these assessments. So we are collaborating with our principals, our assistant principals, our instructional coaches, and we're really trying to figure out how to best leverage that first round of data in their professional learning communities. These teachers know much more about the students than just this one piece of data tells them. So as we're talking about collection of evidence, that's where our teachers can really, really help think through what does this data tell them. Emily Gray has not only taken this data, but lots of other pieces of data and dropped it into a spreadsheet so that a teacher can look at a specific student and look at all of their data across a line. And so you can do some of those kinds of things in Eduphoria, but it's just a quick glance for our teachers so that they can see anomalies and celebrations. And then we are developing and promoting upcoming learning opportunities as we figure out how to use this assessment data. So yes, some things happened during the Continuous Improvement Conference. Additional opportunities were provided this week, and that's going to go on, my guess is, over the course of the next couple of years. But especially through this first year, we want to provide just-in-time professional learning for our teachers, because you can teach everybody everything right up front and they're not going to remember it. What we want to do is provide the professional learning just in time for them to be able to use the data with their students at the right time. So what other questions do you have for us?
Board members?
I think I just have one more. To what degree are we able to build comparison groups for campuses and the district via the data sets that are available to us through both of these providers?
I'm going to phone a friend. We can look at by campus. Yeah, sure. This is my friend Alicia Westcott, and she is our Director of Math and Science. She is also our Interim Director of Humanities right now, so she knows all things universal screener data.
Oh my goodness, no, not really. The map, I can specifically talk to the map data, more direct math and science, of course. We are able to look at both a school district level, at both a grade level, and we've been meeting with administrators so that they can then actually take each grade level and see in each of those 4 areas that were mentioned there, how each grade level performed in that rainbow band that you see there. We are then internally creating, I say we, Emily Gray, has internally created charts for campus principals that are dropped into their folders, as Jennifer said, where they can see how their campus did in that rainbow, and included in those is all of our campuses throughout the district, as well as the district average.
Okay, so that helps me with sort of one group of data, which is really, I guess, our own data, right? Our own intra-district data. And it's data that's really oriented for campus leaders and classroom teachers to serve students, which is great. I think my question really leans a different direction, which is at a management level or at a board level, how can we aggregate that data or look at that data on a campus level or at a district level and compare it to other campuses and other districts nationally who are like those campuses or like Leander ISD?
I would have to contact NWEA to see if they have studies that would have campuses or districts. They would work more on the district level that have comparable demographics to us and look like us, and whether or not they've done studies that show that data. It does compare us nationally, and it's a very specific national norm. So when you look at the 45th percentile of 5th grade, when a campus is looking at that RIT score, that 45th percentile is telling us what a 5th grader nationwide, it's kind of where they most probably landed. I won't even say it because we can't use mastery, but they have kind of a range of a 5th grader across the nation most likely scored within this 48 to 52%. So then you know nationally how you did, but we don't have specific data when it comes to these universal screeners about districts that are surrounding us, unless they publish that on their sites, which we can definitely do some research to see what's out there.
Yeah, I think that's the challenge for me, or the piece that would help to complete the picture for me. As we saw with the data presented last time, the accountability data, right, the 11 districts, I think it was, that were in the comparison group, based on size and eco-dis percentage, we were number 2 most affluent of those 11 districts. So when it comes to setting expectations or creating expectations inside of our educational community for what kind of results we should produce and what we should expect to produce in our system, I'm looking for those comparators that are like us, who can give us a reference that says, you know, the districts or the campuses like us and ours are performing like this, and so we should expect to be in that same range, right? As opposed to a broad national reference, which is not very useful for us, just like the state average is not particularly useful to us in comparisons in Texas.
Yeah, so we can certainly reach out to ISIP and to MAP and see if there's something that they could provide to us. I can't even tell you honestly which districts around us use which assessments. This year, we did some research before we purchased, but I can't tell you this year what's happening. But I would also remind you that the whole reason that we purchased universal screeners was to look at growth over time for students. And so again, this is the baseline data, and it feels awkward because there's not a lot of context. But as we continue to use these assessments over time, and we look at beginning, middle, and end of year assessments, and we're thinking about how our students are growing in our system, that's the question that we were trying to answer whenever we chose to use MAP and we chose to stay with iStation. So that was, instead of thinking about comparing, we can certainly inquire about that, but that was the reason that we chose NWEA MAP and ISIP.
I guess my question will be, as we continue to go forward, board, we need to, I think at some point, be kind of aligned on what we want to see data for, when we're doing our district goals, because there is a comparative number. There's also, we could look at, like you were saying, growth. And then for some of these tools I'm seeing, they're to help the teacher in the classroom figure out how to get the students to learn, what tools do they need, what interventions do they need, and it helps them with that. So the data can be used for multiple purposes. I'm not saying that, it's just as a board, it helps, I think, if we can all start thinking about, okay, what are our expectations, and what is it that we want to make sure we drill down on and look at as we move forward? I echo that, that comment, because I'm thinking about, as you present this data, what's most impactful to me is we're thinking of each individual child, and we're thinking of how that child progresses over time and the change in that child. It's great, I guess, to know how other students are doing, but in the big context of things, that's not as important to me. I want to know how each individual student in LISD is progressing from year to year, and I'm less concerned in how that compares to Round Rock or someplace else. I know we need to look at state data, and and there are requirements in places where we have to do that.
But I think it is a conversation for us as we're talking about our community accountability system and what's important for us and what's important for our community as a board, to have some alignment on kind of what kind of data we want to see. But I'm excited about this. I know that it's going to take time to develop that data and to see that progress, or to see hopefully the progress, but to see the change, right? To see that for grades, for schools, and for individual students. So I think that's really exciting.
In your discussions with teachers, how do they feel about I know we've had iStation and iSIP for a while now, but how do they feel about the math screeners overall? Just a pulse.
So I will be honest with you, it's an interesting journey at first, because this is going to be something brand new for our teachers. And I tell that part of the story because I think it really tells where they are now. It's hard to put out something new. This was very different for all of our students. I know Jennifer mentioned our youngest ones really struggling in some cases with even manipulating the screen for the test. And then older students who were like, oh my gosh, we're taking a test? What is this all about? And trying to implement it, and catching kids that were on remote learning because of COVID, all of those factors, right, could have been very frustrating. But once that window closed, and then we got this amazing data that points to some of the things that you were just talking about, we've really emphasized with teachers that our goal for this screener, especially this first year, is just that. It's a screener to help tell you where students are ready to learn, so that you can look at an individual student and decide what either interventions they need or what extensions they need. And the reports that MAP can provide to us at that level get down to the very specific the specific standard. So if I have a student that needs extension and I'm struggling as a teacher how to support a student that needs to go deeper than what necessarily their grade level is, that is going to help me do that, and they are eating it up. I mean, the minute we got done, they wanted to have trainings. How do I read these reports? And that was down to the teacher level, not just the campus administrators that wanted to have those. And that refers back to what we've been doing the last couple of weeks with our teachers and our administrators to get them up to speed so they can actually go into their PLCs and work with that data. And I know both in elementary and middle school, our coordinators and our math teams have been out there working with PLCs. Let's look at your data. Look at what this tells us. What's a unit you have coming up next? How can we use this tool to support that? So a lot of people, I think, that were really nervous about how difficult this would be and with the strain it might be on our system, are now super excited about the information that it provides. And even more exciting on that individual student level is if we have a first grader in our system now, and then they go all the way through, there's an actual graph that's going to show that child, that parent, and that teacher how that student has done and progressed through the entire system, which will only support their individual learning more. So it's pretty exciting. They're really excited.
Yeah,
it makes our
perfect.
jobs easy.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. And kudos to all of you guys for digging through the data. I know Emily Gray is like a rock star, and she loves her spreadsheets. So just a big shout out to all of you for all of that work. I know it's a lot, and to our teachers as well. I know going into this year, there was so much unknown. We didn't know where kids were and where they are, and it sounds to me like this is a perfect tool to be able to get down to that individual level. And I think that's what's really, really important, is making that connection. So thank you very much.
I'm looking forward to this data, especially mid-year. I was looking at this in, of course, my SPED lens. And I guess my questions are, we see the data for 7th and 8th and kindergarten and first, right? My mind's already for kindergarten first. What interventions outside of school are we doing? Are we making sure we're getting that information out? And my other question is, how is our intervention team working with you guys? Because it is a separate team. And, again, there's different tier 1, tier 2 statuses. What I'm looking at is at mid and end of the year is those students in those tier 2 and tier 3, which of those students went on to either SRP? Which of those students went on to 504, special education? I'm just wondering, breaking down that data. I know you don't have it, but I appreciate this because that does create that records where, especially a student wanting to get services, you've got the data, you've got multiple records of data, and as a parent, that is very important. That's it. Thank you all so much for all this.
And I'll celebrate that in our realignment of our district teams last summer, we call affectionately our intervention and special education friends our dotted lines to curriculum. So they actually have moved out of the annex building, and they are now up on the second floor with us, and their desks are right next to ours, which makes the collaboration so much more natural and normal. Instead of having to take a field trip over to the building next door to collaborate on data, they hear side conversations, or we're able to stop by on our way to, refill your tea in the break room, right? Like, the conversations are just happening much more frequently and much more naturally, and they are rich, and it's very exciting.
I'm excited. I love that these two teams are talking, and I'm excited to see what's going to happen in the next year.
I just want to make one more comment. I've been an advocate for tools like this for more than a decade, right? So I am not in any way trying to be critical of the adoption or use of these tools. Quite the contrary. My goal is to ensure that we get everything out of them that we possibly can. And the potential for them to tell us rich data stories is enormous, particularly in an environment where historically the primary testing tool that we have used, we don't control. It's administered by the state of Texas, and every so many years it goes through some significant overhaul, and we can't connect the data from the last version to the current version, and so on, right? So I think this is a great step, a really important step for us. My questions are intended to help us get everything we can out of it. Like I said, I'm thrilled about what the data can tell us about individual students. I'm thrilled about the focus on progress and growth rates and accelerating growth and all of that. At the same time, as trustees and as administrators, we don't have the time to look at every student in every subject and see their progress and see their growth. We have to have ways of aggregating that data, looking at it as a system, and comparing that system with other systems to see how effective, how efficient our system is in comparison with others like us. So that's the angle that I'm trying to ensure that we include for completeness, so that we get the full utility from these tools in this effort.
So just a couple of my observations of the data as I look at it from a balcony perspective. I think it says to me that we have a very stable system, and because we have such a stable system, I think that has allowed us to weather the global pandemic so well. I think that's very clear in the data. It's interesting to me that our CCMR outcomes are so strong, and I think what it says to me is that that's indicative of the job that we're doing at earlier grade levels, even though we may not be seeing that data at the earlier grade levels yet. And so we continue to see really strong outcomes at that CCMR level. And that's, of course, the lag measure, and looking at those lead measures is going to help us to determine how we continue to make that happen. I think our job in all of this is to understand special versus common cause variation, and what adjustments we can make to the system that will result in the largest impacts on student learning. And if we go back and look at page 2 of that continuous improvement philosophy that we have in the district, if you go to the last column is performance results are a primary measure, and in there it specifically says exactly that. And then I think it's really, really important that we understand that variation is a systems issue and not an issue with the people in the system. And so when you look at things like what's happening at 7th and 8th grade, we have to look at that and say, so what does that mean about what's happening in the system? You know, Deming always says that every system is perfectly designed to achieve the outcome that it gets. And so as we look at 7th and 8th grade data, we ask ourselves those questions of like, what is really happening here? Why is this variation happening? Is it a specific cause? Is it a common cause? What's really going on? So the data is designed to drive us to ask the right questions. I love what Jennifer said about, and I'll quote her, one piece of data in a collection of evidence. And so we're really trying to move from being data-driven to being evidence-informed, because I think when we look at all those different data points, then we start to get a much better picture of where we're going and what we're trying to do with that learning model, with this focus on student learning right at the middle.
I would also say when I'm looking between HB3 and this, it does appear our student population is very resilient compared to kind of the data that we're seeing. And so we seem positioned to have a very strong and solid year. I think that's, you know, a result of not only the parents, students, but teachers as well. It took a community effort to get us here, and it's actually good that we have this universal screener in place. I'm so excited for it. Good's an understatement. I am so thrilled that this is in place, because this kind of helps us look at more data so that we can be evidence informed and not just have single data points. The other thing that I noticed too is when I had asked y'all some questions about the data, you had noticed or made the statement, or maybe it was Sarah Martinez, who said, you know, you don't necessarily want your test either to be too predictive, where you're going to see that, because the teachers will be looking at it and they're going to help the students get the tools they need so that next round they'll be performing better. Did I say that correctly?
Yes, we were talking a little bit earlier this week, Trish, about how the whole point of predictive data is to change the prediction for some of our students, right? And so if we have a prediction that a student is not going to do well on a given exam, what we want to do is figure out what is the barrier for that student, and we want to provide instruction so that they can break that prediction and that they can do better than the prediction anticipated that they would do. And so, in my goal, you know, I would want us to do better than we're predicted because of the instruction that's provided to students.
I forgot how many seconds I was supposed to wait. I lost count. All right, thank y'all thank y'all so much. We'll move on to the next item on our agenda, COPIA report update, and after that we'll take another 5-minute break.
Good evening, Madam President, members of the board, and Dr. Gearing. I'm excited to be here today to share the work of our special programs team in line with the COPIA report that I've presented previously. I do want to make sure with all of the work that we do in special programs, it's all about the student. And so I can't start my presentation without recognizing the amazing work of our staff and our students during crazy times. The things that our teachers and our instructional assistants and our related service providers and our campus leaders, just everybody together, working together to meet the needs of each individual student is incredible. So our team serves about 5,500 students in special ed and about 4,000 students with a 504 plan. And that does not include the students that we serve through the RTI process. So lots of students getting lots of great services within our system, and we are proud to celebrate the work of our students and the work of our staff. This visual here, I want to remind you, we met with COPIA recommendation teams of students, parents, and staff, and they read the COPIA report and they identified tasks that we could do to improve in the 7 areas of the COPIA report. The team was very ambitious and gave us job security and all of these tasks that they presented, but they were great tasks. And so our team wanted to honor the voice of our community and our students, and we have started every task that they have recommended. Many we have finished. So just a visual there to remind you of our Gantt chart of the work that we were committed to doing to serve our families and our students. If you follow me on Twitter, you will often hear me say the student voice is the best voice. And so I have to start here. I want to highlight Denise Geiger and the work that she's doing with some of our adult students. She and Justin Pine and our transition team have students that are meeting and representing on the Regional Student Advisory Committee. And these are students with disabilities that want a voice within their community, and they're providing feedback to TEA and our Region Service Center. And most recently, they looked at the new transition guide that was posted. And so great way that our students are providing their voice and feedback. Also, a lot of the work that we do, the heart of what we do, is planning for transition with our students. I want to highlight the work that the team is doing with our visit meetings and our Act on Life meetings. We have 89 already requested and many meetings already complete. These meetings take hours, and some of them up to 4 hours at a time. And so the amount of meetings that have been held and conducted and really great plans for our students, it's amazing to see the work that the team has done in partnering with families to make sure that there's student voice within their transition plans, even starting at kindergarten. Another area that I want to highlight is student involvement in the ARD process. This is a great way to make sure within our vision we are honoring our voice and choice of our students, and we want to make sure that they are involved in their ARD committee meetings as well as their 504 meetings. We are working on a system to bring that data for the next presentation. But this graph here shows you the participation that our team is submitting in student involvement in their ARD committee meetings. As you see there, the blue is students participated in their meeting. The red is they were there, but they did not participate. The yellow is no, they did not come. And then green is not applicable, whether their needs don't allow for it or parents choose to not have their students present. As you can see, our involvement is high in the secondary levels. This is required starting at age 14, but we are working and we have goals set. When we presented this data to the coordinators, they're like, oh my gosh, we've really got to get to work in elementary. That does not mean that in the past we have not had more blue in the elementary. Just knowing that we've had a lot of ARD meetings conducted over Zoom, I know that that might have impacted the student participation there, but know that we do have lots of elementary campuses that are doing great things. I do have to highlight that our ARD facilitators and our meeting specialists and our special ed staff has already conducted 903 ARDs, and that was at the beginning of October. So that's a ton of meetings, tons of time that our staff and our families are getting to partner as we're planning to meet the needs of each student. And we have 364 of those students, so about a third of our students are fully participating in their ARD meeting. We want to continue to see that grow. As far as parent partnerships, we are continuing with our parent liaison and partnering with our special ed PTA. We value the feedback and the voice of our parents and our community, and we are dedicated to continue that partnership as we are kicking off the year and just seeking feedback from that team and that voice within our community. We're trying to expand the representation on that committee, and we have reached out to all of our campus leaders to identify a representative for the inclusive chair. So our special ed PTA is a chair on the LISD PTA. And so we are essentially a subcommittee of the LISD PTA, and these inclusive chairs are the campus representatives that serve on their local campus PTA. So we're looking for representatives. If you are watching out there and you want to be part of our team, reach out to your campus principal. They know how to get your information to us. We would love to have you on our team and to hear your voice.
Let me let you just do that public service announcement one more time. So for what grades? All grades, and if parents are hearing this and saying, I want to participate in this, all they need to do is reach out to their principal and say, Kimberly said I was supposed to call you.
Yes, Kimberly said they have a form that they're filling out that comes directly to Desiree, the lead of our special ed PTA, as well as myself, to make sure that we both have the contact information to reach out. So yes, contact your campus principal. We're continuing our parent education nights. We have already had several, and we partner with, our parent liaison leads those, and we partner with our families to poll what topics do you want to hear about? What's that just-in-time learning that our families need? And those are going great. We're having lots of great attendance and lots of new faces. And so we are excited to continue learning with our families and hearing their voices. I attended a PTA meeting the other day. It was the Canyon Ridge PTA meeting to talk all things bond, and I was excited to see our parent liaison. Ashley Anderson is meeting with every PTA, and she is talking about her role, how to support families, including resources, and so she is getting in front of every community to make sure that we are spreading the word so that families know how to get the resources that they need to support their students. And then something that we implemented from the COPIA recommendation teams is a conference prior to the ARD. It has always been the expectation of our case managers to reach out to families, have conversations, hear their voice, hear their concerns, celebrate, talk through any evaluations, and give proposed goals and present levels for our families. What we did in effort of transparency for our families is we made it a checklist to guide those conversations. And just one more way that we are committed to partnering with our families in prep for sometimes very overwhelming meetings when you're making really difficult decisions for your students. We've really dug into professional learning. We know that we've had to be very creative with professional learning over Zoom the last couple of years, but we have a focus on coaching. We want to rebuild the capacity of our teams and empower our teams to act and make great decisions for our students and coach each other as they are visiting in classrooms on campuses. Our team is also getting out, and we are coaching each other. Just went on a visit today to LHS with our intervention team to talk through the services that we're providing in credit recovery. So lots of coaching happening. Got your flag there. We are also excited. We have officially had our second Inclusive Practices Academy, where we talked about the types of co-teaching and how to implement that in classrooms so that we are having collective responsibility of each of our students. Is going phenomenally well. Shout out to our teachers who have planned that and are implementing that and sharing their learning across our system. We are also partnering with our AP team, and we're working with Brian Miller, and we are providing training based on the needs of our assistant principals. They often are the district representative in ARD meetings, and so our first time that we met with them was to talk about their role and how to support families within ARD committee meetings, so they're equipped to make decisions, pause, support, and ask great questions when they're in those meeting settings. Another thing that we have started is our Instructional Assistant Professional Learning Series. We know that our instructional assistants are boots on the ground, working hard every single day with our students, and we want to make sure that they have the learning that they need to feel confident in the work that they're doing to be able to support the students that they're working with. So we have at least 2 trainings every month on the Wednesday early release days, so thank you for that time with our instructional assistants. They are getting to come. We have had behavior trainings, we're having trainings on data, a whole series of options for them to choose based on what they need. We are also within that series having our Instructional Assistant Summit on November the 2nd, and it is a full day of choice learning for our instructional assistants, again, so that we can equip them with the resources and the strategies that they need to work with students. Another recommendation from our COPIA team is that they would like us to publish all of our trainings that we are providing for all staff. Even if it's our special ed team putting on the training, we would love and encourage general ed teachers to come in and learn with us. And so we publish all of our sessions for summer, for October conference. We publish that in principal updates for all staff so that everybody knows what we're offering and can come and enjoy that learning with us or join in. And then lastly, we are partnering on campus-wide professional learning. Our behavior coach, Daniel Runnels and Kelly Post, they are often out on campuses providing some proactive training campus-wide to support students with behavior strategies. That's a great RTI strategy and great system-wide thinking for our campuses. So they're doing a great job of getting out there to be proactive in supports for our campuses. All right, we have developed some resources. We have developed classroom look-fors for all of our programs within special programs. We have aligned those to the LEADS rubrics that our principals use for the LEAD evaluation system and gave exactly what to look for. When you walk into a structured learning environment, here's exactly what the campus leader should look for, aligned to all of the rubrics. So we've gotten great feedback on that. It is also a great learning tool for our new staff so they know exactly what we're looking for and what's expected in their classrooms. We started the year training on roles and responsibilities, and we have that chart out as well, just to clearly define the role of the case manager, the special ed teacher, the administrator, and the IA. Once you know your role, you can more effectively support students and support staff on your campus. So that was a great resource that came out of our recommendation team as well. 2 documents that we are most excited about that took hours and hours and hours of time from our team and our families to help us put together is the roadmap. Essentially, the roadmap is a document that a parent can look at. I think my child has a disability. What do I do? And it's broken out by age level, so they know if I am a 6th grader, I know here's exactly the link that I go to, the step that I take to get the resources and support that my student needs. So lots of great questions there, a roadmap from birth to age 22 on what families can do with, if they have questions. The second is the ARD and 504 handbook. This is a document that is parent-friendly with lots of great graphics, resources, and links so they can navigate the process from, I think my child has a suspected disability, that evaluation piece, all the way through services in special ed as well as 504. So we are working with Corey's team, and we are excited to have some documents in our hands, hopefully in November, to be able to get out to our community. We're continuing to improve our communication. Something new that we just added at the beginning of this year that every family should have received is a welcome letter. It includes a message from our team. It's all of the handbooks, resources, procedural safeguards. Everything is linked there as a one-stop shop for our families so they can access these documents that are helpful as they're navigating the system and supporting their students, as well as it identifies their support team. So if they have a related service provider, that person's name is there. They have a case manager, that person's name is there. So it's a one-stop shop for our families to have all things in one document to help them. We're continuing our Remind. We are putting our documents or our meetings in SMORE so that we can have one message that goes out, and here's everything that we're doing in October and special programs, all of the events, another one-stop shop for our families to print. They know exactly where to go to attend all of our trainings and parent offerings. We're continuing with our monthly newsletter, highlighting students, highlighting the work of the team, including resources from our community, and getting great feedback about that. And then another question I get asked quite a bit is about translation services. And this came from our SEPTA, is we've got to get things in, we've got to get documents in languages other than English, as well as just, languages other than just Spanish. There was a document that came across my desk the other day that was, that we translated our paperwork in Russian. So we are making sure that parents can meaningfully participate in their students' plan by making sure that it is in their native language and their home language. We have an ARD survey that we send out to every family after their annual ARD meeting, and we are happy to show that we have 96.4% of our families that marked a 4 or a 5, that they are satisfied or very satisfied with the ARD experience. And I looked through all of the comments and I'm like, okay, where are those comments that we can fix? What are those things that we can do better? And I really struggled within this document to find really constructive feedback, which is great. I feel like that's a testament to our teachers and our teams as they are really listening and partnering with our families during that ARD process. We're going to continue those coaching visits. It's a lot of great work that's happening. We're going to continue the work that we're doing. We're going to implement. We are going to add all of the professional learning that we're doing into a library for access for asynchronous learning. And we're going to continue to support the implementation of the resources that we have put out, and then continue to seek feedback from our students, families, and staff along the way.
Awesome. Board members? Any questions?
Just thank you. For everything. I know this has been a process, and as someone who was part of the process before I got on the board, just being able to sit in those meetings with parents and me as a parent as well, and to sit there and listen, that is huge what you've done with this program. So thank you. And also thank you, Dr. Gehring. This started because of your idea to realign your cabinet and to have this position up there. And as you're seeing in these conversations throughout the night, how important it is to have someone in this department at every step of the level in regards to students' education. So thank you. And I won't ask any more questions.
Okay, I'll do a fast one really quick. Just from an IA perspective, thank you so much for the inclusion of them. They are the boots on the ground. They are the ones that are in the classroom with them. That was a role that I had for almost 5 years, and so I really appreciate the knowledge that they have and the appreciation that they get. And I think that all-day optional, or that all-day choice training of where, that they can choose the things that make sense for their job, because an IA and ICAP is different than an IA in resource and inclusion, and is different from an IA in ELE. And so I think I really appreciate that you're including them in the process and the continuous improvement. So thank you.
Thank you. I do want to highlight that within that we are partnering with early childhood, and so Kendra and Erica as well, and all IAs are included in that. And so there are early childhood specific trainings embedded in all of the work that our team is doing as well. So we're excited for that partnership.
And as you continue to present, this is an advantageous plan that you've put forth here, and it's tremendous. We're just hearing of all the great results. One of the things I wonder is, how's implementation going? And I'll tell you to what level, though. Take it up here from the balcony is. How is this going? I'm thinking in my head, what type of board support resources do we need to do? Now, I know Dr. Gehring is not going to be shy, nor is administration going to come with an ask. But it's that capacity building along the way that'll let us know as we're going, oh, this might be something later on we're going to need to come in and support. So that's what I'm thinking of as the presentations continue. Of course, I don't see that in place right now, but I just wanted to give you a thought of what I'm looking at in the future for presentations. This is amazing. Thank you all so much. A lot of hard work, and you did an incredible job of kind of giving us the bullet points of so many hours and so much work. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, board members, let's take a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back to finish up our governance section of the agenda. All right, Holly. I think we're getting our team back here. All right, board members, we're going to get started. All right, board members, this is our Board of Trustees operating procedures. If you remember, we had discussions on this at our last meeting. So what happened? Your committee, Ann Holly, we went back, we listened to actually the meeting last time, took notes on that. Holly had notes, I had notes, I think Anna had some notes as well, and kind of were trying to get the compilation of that into this document. Now, the challenge comes in that some of them, it's not going to be a perfect fit. So that's where we get to have discussion tonight. So Holly, if you're okay, I was thinking we might start with citizen comments first, since that seems to be where a lot of the discussion and some of the changes were. Would that be okay?
That would be great, Madam President. Yes. Let's look at that, because that is where the most substantive changes are for this, in addition to adding a section on the selection of committees. But I believe it'll be on, starting on page 7 in the draft that you are given, over onto page 8. The most significant change, and of course you had some public comment on this this evening, would be changing the time per speaker from 3 minutes to 2 minutes, which would require a change in your BED local policy. Which is why the draft that you have here, if you choose to go forward with the reduction in the amount of time, would make that effective beginning in January, which would give you time to make a change in your BED local in the interim. And there's also additional language in there about setting up a process for or establishing a cutoff time for signing up to speak that would allow the staff to provide people information with whether or not their time was going to be reduced, and provide the board president with an opportunity to make adjustments to speaker time, and then also to address Trustee Johnson's concern about making sure that the board book is up to date and complete before that cutoff time, which is a really good point, so that people have an opportunity to comment, and that the documents aren't changed or added to after that cutoff time when people wouldn't have an opportunity to speak. So with that, I think we probably need to just open it up to board discussion on what the consensus is with regard to those particular issues.
Board members?
And you have a couple of options. You can adopt this evening as is. We can make some minor revisions, which I can edit on the fly here. If you want to make substantive changes, I'm happy to take it back and present you with another clean copy at the next meeting. Perhaps you could put it on your consent agenda. So it doesn't have to be adopted whole cloth. You can do it piecemeal, or you can do it all together.
So regarding I3, where it says each speaker will be given up to 2 minutes, but the presiding officer may modify at their discretion, can that go up, like still go to 3 minutes? Or that modification, is it downward modification?
It has typically been, an adjustment would be made if you had more speakers. So the adjustment would be to decrease the amount of time. But and that's also consistent with your BED local, but there wouldn't be any prohibition for increasing the time in this policy either.
Yeah, because it says, for example, if more than 45, but what if it's 10 people? I mean, what if it's way less than 45?
Then the presumption is going to be it'll stay at the 3 minutes or the 2 minutes, whatever is the allotted time per speaker. It's a great question.
And board members, in general, I've had the ability to modify time as presiding officer, but there's been questions of why do we want to do it? Why can't we do it at this amount? Why can't we do that? So this is kind of in general, this is what I would follow then, right? If this is what we say, if we say 2 minutes until we get to 45 speakers, and then at 45 speakers, it would go down to 1, there will probably be less modification than on my behalf because you are giving me more direction. There wasn't as much direction before, so there was more modification. This is, in a way, making sure we're all on the same page, the community and us as well, as far as what's expected. I think there's good points of why you would want to do it for 3 minutes if you have a smaller number of speakers. The challenge with doing 3 tiers is that sometimes speakers do prepare more than just 24 hours of what they're getting ready to bring to the board. And so that would make it interesting to prepare, that they could have this timeline, or this timeline. So I don't know if 3 timelines help our speakers, but I know what we heard from our speakers tonight is, but some of them do want 3 minutes as the starting. So again, board will where y'all want. This is just about filling where the pulse is.
And just for historical reference, you used to be able to have rules that would, for example, provide that if you had more than 5 people who wanted to talk about a topic, the board could require them to appoint a leader, if you will, or a representative, and have that one person speak. Now, when they changed the law in 2019, every person who wants to address the board must be given the opportunity to do that. So you have more speakers. That's the need to kind of address or flesh out how you want to handle that when you have a large number of speakers, as you oftentimes do here in your board meetings.
I know there was some discussion, and I think I remember it, it's a big jump to go from 3 to 2, and did we consider the 2 minutes and 30 seconds?
We can put it in here. It's not in here, but we can add that. If that's the will, we'll do 2 minutes and 30 seconds. And then the question is, what time do we want to do? And then at what number? Is 45 okay where we want to do a drop?
Okay.
Yeah, because 45 is an example, and so if we're trying to do a tier, that it really should be closer to a fixed number.
I was thinking when we look at 45, I was thinking about it more in terms of time. How long that would take if we were at 3 minutes or if we were at 2.5 minutes, and we know that there's like a minute in between. I don't know. And having, say, at a 3-hour mark, at a 2-hour mark, is that when we're going to reduce the number of comments? And then calculating approximately what number that leads us to create the drop-off. That was just an idea of, because I was wondering, like, I know 45, we struggled at one point, like, what's the number? But we did feel it was important to have a number. I like, I like people being able to sign up right until the last minute, but we also know that people get very upset when they find out, like, I prepared for this amount of time and you told me a whole 15 minutes before that, and so I do think that that's important that we have it with enough time for staff to prepare, for our staff to contact everyone and let them know, what number they are and how much time they're given. So I'm fine with the time frame. Like Christine, I think maybe considering splitting that time so it's not. I know that our state capitol does a 2-minute, but we've always been at 3, and maybe we kind of go in the middle there to try this. I like that we're not thinking about any of that until January, so it gives some time. But I would like us to think about what is the number that we reduce to, half time.
Okay.
And I don't have the magic formula, I'd love to kind of open that discussion up and hear what other trustees think about what is that number at which we reduce time.
So I'm hearing some trustees say 2.5, 2.5 minutes, and then maybe that number isn't 45. What number would that be if it wasn't 45?
Yeah, I think the number, whether it's 45 or whatever it is probably a function of how much time is allowed. So we probably have to answer that question first, and then we figure out what the number is. I think I said something to this effect last time. I still kind of feel this way. I think now is not a great time to change the amount of time that speakers are given. I think the time to do that is when you don't have a lot of speakers, instead of now when our community wants to come and talk to us. It has the appearance of us not wanting to hear our community. And so I think it would be wise to leave the time where it is now. I understand that there are other entities that use the 2-minute, and it's kind of a standard for those entities. I think generally those entities also entertain a lot more speakers than we do as a rule. That's not always the case, I imagine, but they do go for hours of testimony at times. So anyway, that's my general sentiment.
So I'm hearing between 2.5 or 3 minutes. Those seem to be the two times. So then if it was 2.5 or if it was 3, do you have a preference on what number then you would reduce down the time?
What have been some of the larger numbers? I know I've heard like 38. I mean, has it really gone up to 45? Okay. And so it's interesting that if it's whether it's 2 minutes or 3 minutes or 2.5 minutes, we're still looking at closer to like 2 hours for 45 people. But then the minute it becomes 46 people, then it drops to 46 minutes, way under an hour. So it doesn't seem right.
It wouldn't drop that much. So you got to think.
You said a minute per person.
Well, it depends on what we decide. So if we decided to keep it at 3 and it drops to 90 seconds, a minute and a half, if it goes over that, it's not going to be 45 at 90 seconds because there's a lot of transition time in between. And so, and waiting for people to come up and things like that. So I think, I do think that's the question of, okay, what time and then how many hours of citizen comments before we start, board business? Do we want to say, okay, so if we keep it at 3, if let's say it's 3 minutes, you give a minute of transition, right? So let's say that's 4. I'm trying to think of what's the number that we start reducing at. So if we're going to say times right now 45, that's 180 minutes before it gets reduced. So I don't know if we wanted to say approximately 2 hours before we reduce. So then taking that 45 down to something like 30.
30.
Yep. Like 30 and then moving it.
3 minutes is what I'm hearing then, to 30, until we have 30 speakers sign up, and then at 30 speakers, move it.
So is it the number of people after 30 or it's just everybody?
Everyone.
Okay.
Oh, I was just going to give clarification on why we picked the 2 minutes. Most school districts our size, because when I was looking at this, I was comparing, because we like to compare to other schools, most of them only use 1 minute. So I'm just so y'all know, like, there's no like ill intentions of trying to silent voice, but around the state of Texas, most school boards our size, if not bigger, have a 1 minute, and some of them even require sign up 24 hours before, which I do not agree with. That I feel like hinders a lot of our community. So y'all, I'm at the will of the board, what y'all want, but I just wanted to give y'all a background on why the 2 minutes was chosen. It's not trying to silence our community at all. But when we're looking at other districts our size and looking at their board operating procedures and ensuring that we are operating the best board we can be, that is where that 2 minutes came from. And I am not advocating for 1 minute. I'm going to throw that out there right now.
Please, no, let's not get that started. So right now we've got 3 minutes for 30 speakers. That would give us at about, what, an hour and hour and how many? Somebody count for me.
Between an hour and a half to 2 hours.
Yeah, it depends on how much you pad it, right? If they were back to back to back, that'd be 90 minutes.
Yeah.
They're not. If there's a minute in between each one, then it would be 2 hours.
Okay, so somewhere in between there, 1.5 to 2 hours. And then after 30, then it's going to drop to what? What's the time? We can do a 3-tiered number. I mean, Sade's looking at the difference between, right, the time, but the problem is if we do 3 tiers, that does make it a bit interesting for what we're telling the speakers. And so if we're going to do 30, do we want to go ahead after 30 to drop it to?
And I understand the reduction in time, and I know that, yes, that's what our state does, that's what other districts do, and I was completely aligned to like looking at 2:30 or 2. I do worry right now, tonight we had a lot of staff come and share, and I would hate for them not to have that time to do that. I'd hate for any of our community. I get that. I know that people want more than, shoot, when I give testimony at the Capitol, I hate when that 2-minute thing goes off, but I'm pretty sure if I had 3, I'd still hate when that 3 went off. If I had 5, I'm sure I'd hate when the 5 went off. So my only, I think that 2 is right, or 2:30 is right. I fear that now is not the time also. I agree that just the timing, I agree with Erin that we don't want to send the message that we don't want to hear people. But I do think we have to set some level of setting that bar where that number is, where we start reducing, and then seeing how that works out. And then we can always modify, at a different time once we try this and kind of see how that works for us.
So I seem to like the 3 minutes for 30 speakers and then drops to 2, not 1.5. 1.5 is barely enough.
All right, so here's what I'm hearing. 3 minutes for up to 30 speakers, right? So have we got consensus on that one? 3 minutes, 30. Looking at Erin, head nod, Christine, Alexis. Okay, so then the next one is the drop. So after 30, then what are we going to go to? We have a request for 2 minutes. We have a request at 1.5. And we know 1's on here, but it was 2 minutes and 1. So if we're doing the half, it'd be 3 minutes and 1.5. So I need, do we do?
1.5 and then.
I like the half, but that's what we've been doing, is the 1.5. And I think that typically it's going to be the under 30, or you're going to have 60 or 70. And so I don't know. It could be something right around there, but I do think it's important to have that exact number. I know when we first started having a lot of comments, it was like, oh, it's 1 over or 1 under, and then it gets real. I think we have to have it documented. This is the number, and this is when we do it. Whether if it's 1 under, then it's 3 minutes, and if it's 1 over, then it's half that time. So I prefer the 3.5.
1.5?
Yeah.
Okay. Christine? Okay. Erin? Okay. Okay. All right. Sade, any questions about that? Concerns?
No questions, no concerns.
Okay. All right.
Still like the 2, but.
Okay. Well, I tell you what, though, we're going to have a discussion again.
Yeah.
Just not immediately.
Okay.
So, and then, yeah, let's keep making notes on this, because we want to know how we do this well, and also how we listen to our community well. I think Citizen Commons is an excellent time to hear from our community, but again, it shouldn't be the only time we're hearing from our community. So, all right.
And
Holly,
Madam
anything else?
President, if you are keeping it at 3 minutes, it does not require a change to your BED local, and you could implement that immediately, and you don't have to wait until January. So I just want to throw that out there. You can leave beginning January 2022 on this section and the next section, or you can remove that.
Board members, if we don't remove it, I feel like we have to keep doing the practice we've been doing. So I really do need direction. Do y'all want to go ahead and make this effective January? Do you want to go ahead and change this and put this into place now?
In place now. Yeah.
Now.
What if
Now.
it's tiered?
3 minutes and then it's.
What if it's tiered? That, because there's a drop, it's tiered, the 3 minutes and then whether it's a minute and a half, yeah. And so that can go, will that go into effect in January or that still stays?
That's for the board to decide.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Seeing a lot of head nods for now? Now?
Okay.
Okay, so Holly, if we can make that now.
Yes.
All right, so let's make sure we know what we're making now. We're making number 3 now, but number 3 will now have 3 minutes, up to 30 speakers, and then at that, it drops down to a minute and a half for the rest of them. Board members, this is where that modification will come in. It would not be my intent to ever drop it down to a minute, but depending upon some tsunami of witnesses, like if we get up to 100 or something, then that might be when you see that discretion enter in.
Sounds good.
Okay, and then I just want to make sure we're all on the same page. 1.5 is going to be like the lowest is what we're going to see. Okay, and then for that one, when we notify speakers via email of their order time, we're not going to make that extended, so we're going to go ahead and do the online sign up with the 24-hour window. So 2 and 4 is immediately, or is that one a delayed implementation? Y'all want to do it?
I guess my question is, how does staff feel like they can implement that right away? Because that's a change in their system, and so I think that's a question I would have for administration and how they feel about that and their capacity for that change.
I think we can make it work.
Okay, Holly?
Okay.
All right. Take us where you need to take us next.
Above that, back up in number 2, we will need to insert the title of the individual or office of the folks we want people to contact if they need special accommodations, like if they needed an interpreter or if they had questions about how to fill the sign-out sheet online. So who should we put in that blank?
I think it's Donna, so the office of the superintendent.
Okay. Easy enough. Were there any other comments or concerns about citizen comment? Okay. Then if you'll turn go back a page. There was one change that was proposed that I believe you all talked about at the last meeting to number 11. The language there was changed to reflect, did that come from the
State Board of Education
State Board
framework for
framework,
trustees?
yeah. So we just wanted to point out that we changed that language. And then also down on, back up on I-2, under citizen comments, there's another beginning January 2022, but I think we're going to make that effective immediately, if I heard that correctly. Okay. All right. And then I believe the next section to look at will be at the end. We had some language about the appointment of committees and to try to add to what's already in local policy, but some kind of flesh out the procedure for the appointments to committee. I know some of you have had questions and concerns about that process, and I know that you have some committee membership issues on the agenda after this. So the language that we have there's a section for internal committees, and then there's one for citizen advisory committee. So I'll just open it up to questions.
Board members, I looked at a couple other districts. There are not many districts who are addressing this in board operating procedures, but there are a few. And there are some who are just addressing it straight in their policy. But what I noticed is the same question when I'm asking trustees is the one we're having, which is uniformity. Is there a place where it is all in one location? So this is just taking kind of our current practice with a little bit of a twist. So right now we have internal board committees. Those are things that we sit on or would steer or direct, such as the policy. Anna and I will say, oh, board has a question about this, and we call Holly and we get moving on that. Your policy committee, that would be one that you've got 3 board members and then administration. So that's your board committee on that. Legislative committee, that's a board committee, right? You have your members of the board, and then Dr. Gehring and Colby is on those calls. Those would be internal committees. The twist on here is that internal committees, we added language that we saw from another district where you also set a chair when you set your committees in place. So that way somebody knows to be the contact person or the contact point to be setting up the meetings. So you're not all waiting for somebody to set up the meeting. So it kind of gets that moving. District Citizen Advisory Committees, it's basically your district-wide committees. It doesn't mean your site-based committees. It doesn't mean your PTA. It doesn't mean any of those local campus committees. But you can go look at it on Leander ISD. There is a plethora of district committees on there. Quite a few. In fact, almost everything on there but 3, I think, would qualify as district committees. And so this sets up that process of what we've all talked about using some of the language in some of our discussions. But now is the point where board input, does this codify or get at what you were thinking of? Alexis, you've talked before about board members of us being connected with the people that we put on committees, and is that available for the community to see? Anna, you've talked about the difference between internal versus external, and that do we also have expectations on attendance? Erin, you've asked about the SHAC committee and what's the expectations for there. So this is kind of that loose putting all of those comments together.
You're right, I have asked about SHAC, but I've also asked about our other committees, our CCAC, our CFAC, our DWEIC, our SHAC. I mean, I think part of the challenge I have with including this language here in board operating procedure is it potentially contradicts statute and policy that already exist governing at least 2 of those committees, right? SHAC and DWIC. So I'm concerned that the language that we adopt here, if it is applicable to those committees, shouldn't contradict what exists elsewhere to govern those committees. And then if I were the superintendent, committees that are formed in the district by the administration that are not under the direct supervision or created to serve the board, I think there's an important collaboration for us to develop in those committees and how they work, but I don't know that board operating procedure should govern how those committees operate. So I think in my head, this is a fairly involved conversation where we kind of have to put each of these committees on a piece of paper and talk about what's unique and what's different about each of them. We might be able to group some of them together because they operate similarly. We may have some committees that are governed by one statute and one set of policy, and another committee governed by another statute and another set of policy. And so I think we are unlikely to have board operating procedure that can effectively govern all of them from one place.
So we have in our committee list right now, when you go look at the district committees, there's a school safety and security committee. That's already set out by statute of who needs to be on there, and we would not, as a board, be appointing there. So that's a given. The district-wide Educational Improvement Council, there's a question of whether or not we could appoint. Not every district does appoint people, but Dr. Gehring's talked about that. The Bond Oversight Committee, we do appoint. The Citizens Facility Advisory Committee, we do appoint. The Community Curriculum Advisory Committee, we have been appointing. The Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee, we've appointed people for that. The SHAC, we've appointed people for that. But we would not be appointing people for the Site-Based Planning Committee, again, because that's a campus-based thing. So I know Holly looked at some of that language. I know I talked to Dr. Gehring, too. I agree. We want to make sure it is not far-reaching. It's not supposed to be going further beyond. If the language is doing that, we do need to make sure we scope it properly, because let's be honest, we kind of have a challenge filling all the spots now that we get asked. So let's make sure that we fill the spots that we get asked well, and that we're being asked the spots that really do make a difference, that do impact kind of that board coming back.
Yeah, I agree. I think part of my goal in having this discussion was to get all of those out in the open and to have agreement about how they're all going to be staffed. I think we need to look at SHAC specifically. We need to look at the SHAC statute. I'd like to spend some time looking at DWIC statute and how those appointments are made and exactly what work is assigned to each of those committees, right? So there's work that's required to be assigned to some of those committees by statute, and then there's other work that we sometimes throw at those committees. I want to make sure we all kind of understand what's in bounds or what's out of bounds for those respective committees. And I think there's some discussion to have too about, given the representation in some of those committees, what do we expect the board to do with the recommendations that come from those committees? In other words, the strength of the recommendation coming from those committees has a lot to do with the board's confidence in how those committees are staffed and how they operate and those kinds of things. So I think discussion about kind of getting everybody in this team of 8 aligned on what all of those committees are and how we staff those committees and what we ask those committees to do is an important step for us before those committees really are ready to function at a high level, and we give much deference, or we give due deference to the work of those committees.
For me, I think what I was looking at when we were putting this together is, as a board member who, came on 11 months ago, right? What does that timeline look for us? Again, I'm just going to, Gloria and Christine are on the DEI committee, right? Are they going to stay on that committee for 2 to 3 years? What does that timeline look like? Are we doing this annually? Like, this is what I'm looking at, is just kind of like that basic structure. Like, what is our job as a trustee, right? Appointments, right? I haven't appointed anyone to the Diversity Equity Committee. What does that look like yearly? Like, that's what I'm looking at in regards to committees, is our operating procedures, like annually, every September. Is this when we do, committee reassignments? Is it after an election? That's kind of what I'm looking at. I do want that in depth. But I feel like once we get this key piece, and I think when the other agenda item, you'll see, and I appreciate admin putting together that list, because I think that this is what Erin's talking about, is establishing that strong base for the committee, empowering the parent's voice. But for me as a trustee, I'm trying to look at like that, how we do board reorganization what does that look like from a committee standpoint?
Right, and that's been something that we've kind of been doing. It feels like ad hoc. It is intentional, but the way it sometimes comes across doesn't feel or have that comprehension that I think we would like as far as intentionality. This is just a step. Then, of course, the agenda planning calendar, when do we do that? That would be the next step. It also doesn't prohibit us from a board from looking at the SHAC statute and how we're doing our policy, our DWIC statute and how we're doing our policy, but that would just be, I feel like, a further discussion on down the road. These committees are already operating right now. DWIC is already working together on things to bring us district goals, improvement goals. Our CFAC committee, we've already heard from them. So this kind of, I get it. It would be great if you could just stop everything you're doing and have those discussion times, but we're kind of already in the process. So this just kind of starts adding some polish to that process. Dr. Gehring, you have a map out. Did you have something you wanted to add? Am I missing something?
No, I think it's nuanced, right? And so I think Aaron's right. I think it requires some conversation about each one carefully to make sure that we understand, what the purpose is. Donna did a great job of putting some notes together, so I think we'll share those with the board. I wanted to hear some of this conversation before we did that, but I think we'll share this with you, and I think that will hopefully lead us into this conversation because I know we want clarity about these committees we do this way, these committees we do this way, these committees we do this way, but I'm not sure that it's as simple as that. I think there's some nuance in there that we need to be careful of.
So with the language that we have proposed from administration, is it a good place to get us started? Or would you say we hold off and put this discussion for our next agenda item?
Yeah, I would strongly recommend that you not do this right now. For one reason, if not anything else, that we have not told any of these committee members that we'd publish their names on the website, for instance. And so I don't think it's fair for us to do that right in the middle of a cycle. I think it's okay if we say we're going to do that, and then we do that in the next cycle so they know when they're getting on that that's what's going to happen, that's how it's going to look. But I think it would be a little disingenuous to do that right in the middle of a cycle.
Do we... how complete is the list? And I know we're kind of morphing into the next agenda item a little bit, but for instance, our bond advisory committee is not in this list, are they? And CFAC is not in this list. Oh, you have a different list that's not part of the agenda materials. Okay.
Yeah, I have a different list that we put together to try to gain clarity in all these different areas, and so I didn't want to muddy the waters until I'd heard the conversation. So I think we will share this with you now.
So
that will inform our next
That will proceed for our next conversation. Okay.
And if you also put in Leander ISD committees, this kind of informs, I went and looked up the statute for some of these committees, and then compared what districts were doing with these committees, and this informs some of the language that you're seeing Holly look at. You'll notice also in the board operating procedures, the committees aren't specified yet, and that was for a very intentional reason. It was supposed to give us an overall process of how we wanted to do things, but then we were going to need to add more clarification as we move along. So,
because there's a couple of things. I think the DEI committee, I'm not sure that we actually board members appoint members to that yet. I don't think that is true. No, not DWIC, DEI.
we'll have to go back and look. Again, that's at ad hoc.
Laura Lynn is not in no, so.
We don't have to decide that now anyway, right?
Yeah.
But what I'm pointing out is the fact that there's some people think we did when other people think we didn't, and so.
Well, and I think that's some of the discussion we need to have about each of these committees, right? I mean, at a high level, either it's a board-driven committee that serves the board or operates according to a statute, or it's an administration-led committee in which Dr. Gearing essentially owns how that committee operates. He may want our advice or our participation in how those committees are structured and how they operate, so that if he sends something to those committees that he later wants to bring to the board, we know what's happened and we know how to treat those materials. But at the end of the day, it's not our prerogative to dictate how those committees would operate, right? We don't have that authority.
Yeah,
So-
that makes a lot of sense to me.
Would you see that like with KitKat, right?
And like with DWIC, if we were to appoint members, if board members were to appoint members, we'd have to look at policy BQA local, I think, because I think we need to be careful, as you mentioned, of aligning what's in policy and what's in statute with what our practice is, and especially if you put it in writing in board operating procedures.
So I think there is a way to pull it together, but we are going to need another conversation. So we'll go ahead, Holly, and pull this out for right now. Go sit it on some shelf, and we can bring it back to the next meeting along with the. If you can send us this language separate, and we can look at it in our next meeting on the agenda item alongside as we talk about the committees, so we can see is there just going to be one district committee status, or might we have two different district committee status? Right? Might we be appointing differently on two different committees? I don't know. We'll get the language and we'll see. Does that make sense, Dr. Gehring?
It does, absolutely. I just want to
Okay.
acknowledge Donna Linke's work one more time. She did a lot of work this week just to try to clarify some of that, so I appreciate what you
Oh,
did.
that's awesome. I haven't seen it yet, but I'm sure we all look forward to seeing that. All right, what else, Holly?
That was all that I had on my list.
Can I draw attention to the bottom of page 2, top of page 3? This is C2, around reorganization of the board. 2 requires that a board member seeking to be elected to an office must make their intentions known to the board in closed meeting prior to the first board meeting in June. I think this seems excessively, it seems like excessive rigidity or structure that we don't need. I'm not sure what the intention is, but it forces stretching out this process, and it creates, in my view, the potential for board members to be talking about this outside of closed session or between meetings, and potentially raises increased risk of walking quorums and those sorts of things as we know more about people's intentions for a longer period of time.
See, I was looking at it from the other lens. It's kind of, and only my experience I've had one time is, everyone's kind of just wondering who's going to run. And, you are, to create a walking quorum, right? You're very careful on who you ask. So the whole intention with that was just to get it out there. Like, you want to run for president and she wants to run for president. We talk about it in closed session, right? So it's not a surprise when we do, there's not a lot of speculation where, I'm going and asking, so are you going to run for president? Are you going to run for president? And that was the whole intention behind that, is just to try to bring more communication to the board, so there's not a big surprise, when we do come to board elections, and, we're not, if Trish wants to be president again, right, we're talking about it amongst, as a board members, rather than all speculating behind the scenes. That's kind of like the lens that I was looking at it from.
And Holly, you can speak to this. We also pulled this from other districts' board operating procedures on how they do it.
Right, and I don't recall specifically which district this came from.
I think Louisville ISD, I think.
That was one of the districts that we
Yeah.
looked
In
at.
San Antonio North.
And
Side, I think.
North, yeah, yes.
So the consequence, if a board member doesn't make their intentions known before that date?
I don't think there's anything that would, by law, the board can reorganize at any time. So there could be a motion.
And it does say when you
regardless of this
reconvene in
process.
open meetings, the board member still can take nominations.
Yeah, I don't know.
Aaron, would you be more comfortable if this section were pulled off, since we're waiting for our committees too, to get some more time for us to look at this and pull this back? Guys, it's an iterative process. We're going to put this out there, we can think about it, and then come back.
Yeah, I guess my recommendation depends a little bit on how you want to proceed with this item. If we're making adjustments now and want to approve the remainder, then I would like to have a little more time to discuss this piece before we adopt it. If it's all coming back to us in a modified version for the next meeting for adoption, then I'm okay if it stays where it is and we think about it and talk about it again next time.
It's coming back on consent, but we could pull it off consent if we think we need more discussion. So Aaron, given that thought, that if it comes back on consent, do you want it on there? And if you have any changes, shoot it to Holly?
Yeah, I would suggest it not go on consent in that case. We don't have to have an extended discussion, but I'd like to give board members a chance to think about it and maybe have one more little round of discussion on that item.
Board members, anybody else? So Holly, we get it on another agenda item, but it will be our next one, and we'll be doing it for approval. Are there any other questions, board members? Because in theory, it would be good if we could be settled on what we're going to be looking at to approve at our next meeting. It'll help it go a little more efficient. All right, so this whole item, this whole agenda packet's coming back. The changes we talked about, 3 minutes for our first 30 speakers, and it drops down to 1.5 after that. The changes go into effect immediately. The board committee language is going to come out when we look at it, but we're going to have it, we'll have that language to view as we look at the committee. So the committee discussion will be on our next agenda item, next meeting. And then please look at the elections, see if you have any questions. If you have changes, get them to Holly before the meeting. That'll help streamline our process. That's it.
Sounds like a plan.
Thank you so much. I know it's been a lot of work. Anna, thank you too. A lot of hours and looking at tons of policies out there. All right.
Sorry, Trish, can I raise one more quickly? This is on page 4. This is item D4, related to placing items on the agenda. In the middle of that paragraph, it says, the board president may refuse to place an item on the agenda if it is not time to discuss the subject per the board's annual planning calendar and the item has already been discussed on 2 or more agendas within the preceding quarter. I have concerns about that language, essentially giving board president a veto on items to be included in the agenda. If we were to continue with language like that, I mean, I would hope that there was some other mechanism where board members could get an item placed on the agenda in spite of the president's veto if there were sufficient support, or maybe we just remove that language. I don't think this comes up frequently, but I think that the idea that the board president could refuse to place an item on an agenda is a little bit of a troubling precedent for me.
Right, so the board member could not refuse to replace an item on an agenda. There would be no veto, with the exception of if we had just discussed it at the last meeting or the last 2 meetings, and we knew that it was coming up on the annual planning calendar in like a couple of meetings. And so there's that window of, if as a board we want to be able to move through our items, then it is a stop, if you will, of having the same item if the board's already been voting on it. That was the intent. If you think there's another word we can do to get at that, I am happy trying to try a different sentence structure. I'm not sold out to anything specifically.
Yeah, I would just say the language doesn't necessarily say the board has voted on anything. It just says if it's been discussed, if it's been placed on the agenda previously. So we can talk about the language there, but that's an area where I have a remaining concern.
We can adjust the language, but I do feel like this doesn't happen frequently, but it has happened. And being that our board meetings often last until the next day, I do think that maybe we, can soften the language, but if it prevents having one board member put something on every single agenda over and over and over, if the board has already discussed it, it's already been on every previous agenda, and it's going to be on a future calendar. So I'm fine with it staying there.
Just a clarification, the way I read this, I mean, the first sentence says any board member may propose a subject for consideration. And then a subsequent sentence says if 2 board members agree to have an item placed on the agenda, then the board president complies. And then it says notwithstanding, so I think this suggests that even if there are 2 or more trustees who want something placed on the agenda, the board president can still refuse to place it on the agenda. So that is a little troubling to me. I understand the notion of one board member insisting that the same thing be on the agenda meeting after meeting after meeting after meeting. I'm not aware of a case where that's occurred in the past, but maybe in another district. Again, my concern is simply that it gives the board president the authority to veto an item that is properly requested by multiple board members.
So board members, look at the language and see if you can find any tweaks. Holly, if you suggest any tweaks, again, the point of this and the intent, and I'll go on over and over again to say the intent of this, as not to not let board voice go. In fact, we do have board members who'll say, can we get that on an agenda item? And we're in here and there are other heads nodding. We don't even do a formal process and the item gets on the agenda. And if we have 2 or more, it gets on the agenda. But governance core says the best time to talk about your board operating procedures is before you need it. So it's not like you're trying to punish anyone in particular. But we do want to try to help stop or prohibit, or what's the best word for it, to prevent the goodwill of the board feeling like, my goodness, we discussed that and how to get on our agenda again. So
Absolutely, and I have felt like that has happened in this school district. And so that's why I would be in support of this. Like if we wanted to tweak the language somehow so that it's softer, that's fine. I don't care. It's fine the way it is also. I think that at some point we've got to move our meetings along. And if it's something that we've already discussed and we've repeated that discussion over and over. So I already said that. I won't say it again.
All right. Well, thank you all for the input that you've provided to date. And as always, I welcome additional input. And so if anybody's got any additional suggestions for language, please don't hesitate to shoot me an email or give me a call.
all right, thank you, Holly. Okay, board members will go on to review and consider changes to board member representation on administrative committees and other boards. Board members, this is the first time we're looking at it. We could technically take action on it tonight. It's not really something you need to vote on yet. Once this gets, if we put committee language in our board, then we would be voting on it. But right now, the way our operating procedures stand, it's just kind of something that we informally do. With that being said, we can have some discussion tonight. And if you think we need more discussion on it so that we can all discuss together, we can put it on our agenda for our next meeting as well. When you look at the items here, normally we would review and consider changes to board members. Now, if we end up adopting that language, it would be annually, but there would always be an exception, I guess. When you get a new board member on the board, then you're going to have to go back and reshuffle. So that's what we're doing tonight, is to look at kind of what Sade might like. And let's make room for her to get on some of these committees. Also look at the committees that you're doing. And are there some that, I don't know, you would love Sade to get on? And do you all see movement that you want to do? If you notice there's also a break, you'll see the board committees. These are ones where board members sit on, are more board driven. And then underneath that, you'll see the administrative or district committees. Sade, do you have any questions about any of these committees?
So when I looked at them, I was initially I was like, is there a sentence or a paragraph or something that just describes what the scope of each of these, or what it entails? So, I mean, for the admin ones, I know that there's information out there, but let's see, like the board committees. It didn't seem to see that information out there. Maybe I missed it. But, I mean, I can only guess, like the board operating procedures review would be like doing the research to try and figure out what we need to have in that document. And it's about to be done, so move on to the next one, legislative. I mean, the policy review one kind of looked interesting to me.
You can have it.
Uh-oh, who said that? Who said
well,
that?
There you go,
Was that you, Trish?
I'm out. You're in. Done.
No, was that, who said that? Alexis, okay.
Nose goes. There you go. So, Sade, the policy committee is going to be looking at our TASB updates.
And so, yeah, because I did talk about, when we were talking earlier about the legislative updates, and then he talked about the implementation updates coming from TASB, so that sounds interesting.
It's yours.
Yeah.
just in case you're wondering. The other thing is the policy committee is going to get, I don't know, a little busier come the spring. Remember, we wanted to do a full review of our policy. Does our policy match what's going on in our district? And we've talked about doing that. We had a start, and then we said, we were hiring out. And we're like, can't we do this internal? Don't we already have a relationship with TASB that do this with us? And so Dr. Gehring administration is looking forward to putting something in place for us with spring. So,
okay.
All right, so Sade has the policy review committee. All right, the other committees on here, the community-based accountability steering committee, Erin, Christine, and Anna. Why don't you tell Sade a little bit about what that committee is like? Okay.
Wasn't that along the lines of what was discussed today with the STAR testing?
Yes.
Okay.
We've only really had one meeting, though. I really don't have much to say about it, but yeah, it's about STAR testing.
It was, Dr. Gehring can tell you about this as well, but it's intended to be kind of a wrapper around a community lens on broader accountability in Leander ISD, right? So sort of a complete picture of the goals and direction for the district, and kind of an accountability dashboard that goes beyond STAR. Sort of completes the picture a little bit. I think part of the challenge has been with COVID. Attention has been difficult. As the name implies, because it's community-based, requires a lot of participation from members of our community, and so in the current climate, it's been difficult to imagine getting kind of participation. I think that we need to move this forward, but hopefully that can change in the future.
Yeah, and the only thing I'll add to that is that there's a natural flow of community-based accountability out of the strategic planning process, and so as we dig deeper into the goals, and our next agenda item will address some of that, the community-based accountability system is starting to take shape because of the goal areas and the priority work that we're doing there.
All right, Kit Kat, Gloria, Alexis, y'all went to a meeting. Just how would y'all describe it?
So it's an interactive meeting where you have community and us, and then you kind of go through different lesson plans or whatever, and you can fill out a spreadsheet. Kind of have a lot of breakout sessions, deep dive into curriculum. Currently it's social studies, 5th, 8th, and 11th. Yeah. And so so if you're a history buff or you want to do that, we could have 3 on that committee. Somebody could roll off. That's up to you.
Can I make a suggestion, given the conversation we had earlier? If Dr. Gehring's going to bring back some materials for broader discussion of committees and whatnot, it seems like that's the time potentially to talk about adjustments to assignments. We probably do those together, and in that context, Sade and the rest of us will have a better understanding of the mandate or the scope of each of those committees.
Sure. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 that we're all sitting on right now, though. I mean, under the district ones. Would it be possible to go ahead and just quickly finish up of what your experience is on this, and then we'll put that in with our meeting agenda item next time too. So just don't go too long, though. Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee, either Christine or Gloria.
Yeah, I can speak to that. We broke up into smaller groups. There was a policy group, a community group, and I'm missing one. Orlin, help me. Thank you, professional learning. And so mostly it was Zoom. We did get together one time, which was great. I think as we move forward, and the Chief Diversity, Equity, Inclusion Officer is named, we'll be able to work with that person closely to be able to help form what comes next. It's been a great group with teachers and administrators and the two of us. So I found it very interesting and a lot of fun.
All right, Shaq, Aaron.
I know what shack is.
You know what shack is?
I know what shack
Yeah, you've participated in shack.
Okay, School Safety and Security Committee, Alexis and I go to that one. We're watching or reviewing with the committee security policies. We've done an audit, we looked into that. We talk about security features of the different campuses. Also been part of a debrief for events that happen at the campus where the campus had to respond to emergency situations. And then the Strategic Planning Steering Committee.
It's awesome. We just started this committee, and again, going back to our strategic planning, it's run by the two Sarahs, and Erin and I are the, part of the steering committee where we meet with all the steering members, but you see at the bottom, it's breaking down into sessions, so you've got access team, and right now I'm the only board member in each of these, but these are each of the individual 5 goals is where it really breaks down, get into like the good talks and conversations and really like hearing from the community. That's like awesome. And obviously we have other openings.
So what is the student learning team, the learning environments team?
We're actually going to have a agenda item on strategic planning, so we'll get more on that one then.
Okay.
And then the non-LISD committees, board president sits on the city, the Key 6 meetings, so I attend those. Those are meetings with president, the mayor, superintendent, so it's just the individuals in those municipalities that we've also started talking to them, just side note, board members, about when we can get together with the city council and we'll all have meetings together. So we'll be getting those on the agenda hopefully for sometime for the spring. The other items on here would be the City of Austin Regional Affordability Committee, and that is one where you actually appoint. I believe we did vote and do an appointment on that one.
What is that? Do you know what that's about?
Anna?
I haven't been to a meeting. I was just appointed last month, so.
Yeah, Jim served there historically, and I think he served from the initial assignment, so none of us has been there
you can have
outside
it
of Jim.
Yeah, it's yours if you want it.
I was just wondering what it is, what the goal is, what it is about, if anybody knows. And then the last one was the board's liaison to the chief audit executive.
Well, and we originally wanted to have 2 liaisons to our auditor, so it would be great if that could be, Anna and Sade, if you're interested in that, that would be tremendous, because we wanted that extra connection with our auditor.
Yeah, that was one that came up as being of interest to me. And the regional affordability. I don't know what this is.
You can take it. I'm all over the place. Take it all.
No,
take it
but
all.
you said it's in.
Regional Affordability Council. Dr. Garing, can we get Sade some more information on that and see if we need to formally do that as a board for that committee assignment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
And then I'll also do the Equity and Diversity Advisory Committee.
All right. Can we see if we do 3 on the Equity, Diversity, and Advisory, or if we need to only do 2?
We can do 3.
All right.
And what was the last one?
All right. Okay, board members, we're gonna,
Side note, so with my work schedule and things being crazy, Leaf changed their meeting dates, so it's been troublesome, so I am giving that to Anna if no objections.
I would love to take it.
Great. A lot of cleanup. If there are any other changes, but otherwise, I think we've got it all solved here. I'm not seeing a need except for maybe the Affordable Council if we need to do that. Other than that, I think this item kind of is cleaned up and off the agendas for our next meeting. Yay! All right, 9B4, strategic planning discussions.
All right, good evening, Madam President, Board of Trustees, and Dr. Garing. We are excited to be here tonight to give you an update on our strategic planning process and to also seek input on the draft goal statements. So if you recall, this visual has come before you a number of times, and we just want to make sure that we keep bringing it back. It's how we are connecting all of the pieces together for the strategic planning. And you can see that foundation that we start with, that core beliefs, vision, mission, graduate profile, and guiding documents. And really, as you think about a strategic plan, it is how you formalize those foundational pieces, right? The core beliefs, the vision, mission, and really create alignment within the system. If you recall, over May through August, we engaged in a process as we were talking about what are those priority goal areas. Those areas that if we invest all resources and efforts into, we would actually realize that the vision, mission, and live out the graduate profile. And you all identified 5 goal areas: student learning, learning environments, access, life changers, and family engagement. We went through a process to identify that. And then that has launched us into the strategic planning process. So our development process really we've outlined it here for you all. That first piece was identifying those priority goal areas. The next is to actually, what do we mean by that, and identify goal statements. You see the different levels of involvement from our teams on that. As we are finalizing or working through those, we move into an impact statement. Why would we want to have that goal? What is the impact, the direct benefit for our students? What are we going to see if we actually achieve that goal? And then also thinking about what are those key questions and measures, because we can have a goal, but we have to identify how are we going to measure progress towards that goal. So what are those questions we need to be asking in our system, and how are we going to measure that? And then finally identifying what are those high leverage strategies that we will get us there to achieve that goal, which will then drive us to that vision mission. Embedded in this process are a lot of other processes that will SWOT analysis and really helping to dig into each of these areas so that we make sure that we have a deep understanding of where we are and where we want to go. So part of the structure, and it was mentioned just a second ago, is we have steering committee, planning teams, and advisory teams. And our steering committee actually kicked off last week, and it was so exciting. I have to say, our steering committee has a theme song. The group came together very quickly, bonded, and literally halfway through the meeting, we identified a theme song. So we have a lot of fun, but we also got down and dirty fairly quickly, and we're going to provide you an update on that here in just a second. But you can see the main role of the steering committee is to provide oversight of the overall process and coordinating efforts to ensure that cohesive strategic plan, because we want to make sure that everything is aligned to that vision, mission, and graduate profile. Then we do have the planning teams. So those planning teams really are taking those 5 areas that you identified and digging deep into those. So you can see that those planning teams are to guide and drive the development of the strategic plan. But then that also feeds back into the steering committee, who then has that oversight to ensure that cohesion and alignment. And then through this process, we also have advisory teams, which includes DWIC, our campus and district leadership cabinet, others. We have SASAC, our student superintendent advisory council, and obviously our board of trustees. You are an integral part to this process, and your feedback is so important. So this is an iterative process. We're going to continue through all of this to bring information and updates to you all that will then be fed back to the planning teams, fed back to the steering committee, and then working our way back through. What is exciting about this is that the steering committee and the planning teams are made up of cross-functional groups. So we have students on here, we have parents, we have teachers, we have campus leaders, we have district leaders, we have community members, we have board members, and so a wide variety of voices and perspectives at the table, which is really just going to help just make this even a more powerful process and a powerful product. So one thing that we have done each time when we come together with the groups is to really begin with the end in mind. Because again, a strategic plan is really about actualizing the vision, mission, core beliefs, and graduate profile. And it enables stakeholders to voice and agree on the same priorities and that same path of improvement. So we want to make sure that all of our work is grounded with these powerful documents that you all created. So we do start off with the core beliefs and really those central beliefs that do guide decision-making as well as our overall work. We also spend time to talk about the vision and mission. So where are we headed and how are we going to get there? And we talk a lot about that future, that futuristic picture of the ideal. And the graduate profile, because that's the student embodiment of the vision and mission and core beliefs. And so we want to make sure, again, that we ground our work in this because it is all about making these things come alive in our system. It is a bold picture and vision of what we want to create in our community. And so we want to make sure that the strategic plan is completely tied to that. And I have to say, it was actually last week in DWIC, we were going through this and we were talking about the graduate profile. And I had a parent say, gosh, that's great. But how are you going to do that? And I said, that's a great question. And that's why you're here, because it's about us doing this together. This is not something that we can do in isolation. We have to do this in partnership together. We have to identify how are we going to achieve this, because it's powerful. What you all have laid out for our community is incredible, but it's going to take all of us working together to make that happen. We also make sure that we link this back to the initial hopes and dreams conversations that started in 2020. And really, what did we hear from our community about the hopes and dreams for the students of LISD? And then we actually did revisit those in September of this year because we wanted just to see, are we hearing anything different? And we did. We heard a little bit different and added that notion of the communication, trust, and transparency. So it all comes back to what our community is saying they want for our students.
So our first step in this process has been to really try to coalesce around the priority goal areas that you've given to us as a board. We have, as Sarah had said, there's over 200 people that we have engaged in the steering committee and in the planning teams. And before we can really step out and develop a strategic plan with all of the strategy and the things that we are going to do in order to accomplish that, we needed to gain some clarity around these goal statements. So this should look familiar to you. We actually, as a board, you all started this conversation back in May. We revisited it in July, and then it was towards the end of August that you all had approved and said, yes, these are the 5 areas that we want to focus on in our strategic planning. And so we've taken these 5 areas, and we started before we, go ahead to the next one, before we even met with our steering committee, which was last week, and then our planning teams this week. We reached out. We had over 250 folks that we talked to and asked for their input around these goal areas. So we wanted to try to make sure that we were capturing, going back to the hopes and dreams for the community and really understanding. So we talked with DWIC. We held an additional community conversations. We also spoke with Cabinet and with our students, the SAC group, in order to try to gather some feedback and input on what matters with these goals. So what does it mean to have access? What does it mean for us to have quality learning environments? So before the work even began, we gathered that input that we then fed into the steering committee. This is a summary of the themes that came out of all of that input. You can see that these are the very high-level summary of the themes. There is a hyperlink on this document if you would like, and we have this also available on the webpage that we are creating to make sure that this strategic planning process is transparent to everyone. So you can actually go all the way down to every comment that was made and given to us in order to be able to see how that all aligns. Yeah. So we started last Monday, and thank you to Anna and Aaron for being members of that team. And we asked the steering committee if we were to fully live into our vision, our mission, and our core beliefs in order to realize that graduate profile for each and every student in Leander, what is it that we need to accomplish within these goal areas? And so the teams sort of wrestled and had deep conversations, made a draft, then provided feedback to the other teams, and then came back and did some refinement. I do have to say, and it's very important to note, that that was done in like 30 minutes of time that they worked on those. So it was a very fast process, and these are very much drafts. So they are not intended to be our final. This whole process is really intended to be very iterative. In fact, since that was done last Wednesday, so a week ago, we have gathered additional feedback from over 200 people. Our instructional leadership weighed in and did plus deltas. We had our DWIC committee, our student advisory committee our council met just yesterday, and they gave us some really good feedback. And so all of that feedback then got fed into the planning teams, who have wrestled with and refined these statements. The planning teams didn't just met this week, so what we have for you in your packet are the original drafts, and so we are going to go ahead and just unveil those to you. And we wanted to give you an opportunity to take a look at these and have a discussion around the draft goal statements.
And so we are going to pause here and open it up for discussion. We really want to hear from you as you are reading these, just what resonates with you, what questions do you have, what suggestions do you have, are we capturing the essence of what we need to accomplish here in order to realize our vision, mission, and graduate profile.
I'm also curious, when we're looking at these, what do you see as a difference from what we currently have in place? As far as what will the data that y'all go select and the measures you select, what would be different then? Is it the same and it's just in different categories, or is there something that's going to happen different because of this?
Are you referring to the current 7 goals that we have?
Yeah, because this would take the place of the 7 goals, correct?
Ideally, yes, ma'am.
So then what do you anticipate? Would it look very similar as far as measurements as our current document, or?
So possibly, because you definitely see a lot of alignment between our current goal statements and these. I think also what we want to do is give over that process of really having the teams to identify what are those key measures as we really look at these, because they're hard to measure. And so really identifying what is the best way for us to do that. So there's going to be a lot of alignment of things that we already do measure in our system. I think there's going to be a lot of things that emerge through that process that will highlight other ways that we can measure our progress towards this. And that does feed into that conversation around community-based accountability.
Board members?
So was conversation about SMART goals or those kind of frameworks talked about or discussed at all?
So we talked a lot about that these are big goals, right? So big, long-range goals of what we want to achieve in 5 years. And so where you get into the SMART goal format is going to be in that annual planning piece. So as we break these down and really looking at what do we need to accomplish within 1 year, then that's where we'll get into those SMART goal format, where it looks a little bit more of that traditional format.
So I do have one thing. So I'd like to see where Life Changers focuses on our staff at every level, and family engagement focuses more on our relationships with parents and the community at large. So I don't know how we do that, but that would be one of my suggestions.
Could you say that for me one more time?
So where Life Changers is our staff, and that's the staff goal, and those people that are working here in our facilities and those type of things, whereas family engagement would be kind of those outside community relations, and so we kind of pinpoint that a little differently. It's just one of my suggestions.
I just want to add, I was on the call on Monday for Access, and that draft goal statement has already changed. Access. There was a lot of, I actually enjoyed Monday's meeting a lot because I was on the original steering committee, and I was like, yeah, this is great. But then when we really started unpacking it, I mean, I can't believe I missed this, but when I read this, right, as a special education parent, I'm trying to see where my child fits into this. So it brought into another discussion, like, are we really making sure it's student focused? But what I loved about it, and I loved the entire conversation, is everyone always goes back to our vision and our mission and our graduate profile. That is like the key thing, and I think that is the coolest thing, is seeing our community members, even our students and our teachers, using these documents to help guide us to get these goal statements. So I just want y'all to know, like, I don't know about the other groups, but I know Access, I mean, we broke that down, and I mean, we were broken, I think, to 4 or 5 range of input. So I'm excited to see what that final input is.
I really appreciate that, Anna. I think one of the things that we're having to really lean into in this process is that it is about the process and much less about the product. And so it is the conversations that we're engaging in across a large, a cross-functional group of folks who represent lots of different perspectives and viewpoints. That is where the power is. And ultimately, we will end up with, something that we can articulate what these goals mean, and then we will have specific strategies around it. But it is gathering all of this input and bringing people together to agree upon what it is. And it's amazing when you ask people to say, write a statement, and now let's make sense of this, how much it encourages the right conversations, and really helps coalesce everyone around that vision and mission. I think that's been already, even though we're only 2 weeks in, it is amazing to see the just that sense of people coming together and that constancy of what you all have established in our vision, mission, and core values, our core belief statements, and then that graduate profile, how that is just coming through so strongly and resonating with people. And so we're going to wrestle with the language, we're going to wrestle with the format. People keep asking, well, what are you trying to get to? Like, what is it going to look like at the end? And it's really important to know that we don't know what it's going to look like at the end, and we're okay with that. And so we're going to keep bringing you drafts, and we're going to keep bringing you ideas, and we're going to keep telling you when we had to take a left turn or a right turn in this process, but it's going to just iterate. So we probably won't have final statements until we are at the end of this process, because each phase of this process is going to help us come back and reflect, well, did we get it right?
So I'm trying to understand student learning versus learning environments. Can you help me, please?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So, really, as you think about student learning, that is going to be focused on, the academic skill set of our students, but also looking at the deeper learning and really what are those skill sets that are in the graduate profile right? And so it's not only the academic skill set, but also, as we talk about in here sometimes, about the adulting skill sets, and how are we equipping our students for their passions and to be successful beyond us. And really the learning environment through all of the feedback from in-board conversations as well as our community. It's about the physical environment, but also, just feeling safe and feeling included. So innovative spaces as well. There's a lot captured in there. So I think we're even noting today how we're going to need to kind of operationally define that a little bit more so that everybody is clear on that.
Was looking at the learning environments. It talks about empowering each individual student basically to own their educational pathway, but that's in learning environments, not in student learning. And there is that, we've had this discussion a couple times on student learning where we can have all these options available, but are the students doing the take-up? Do they know it's available? Are they able to utilize it? So it's not just, well, I tried my best and they didn't want it, right? Is there that take-up part? And I don't know if I see that in student learning, but maybe you meant this to couple with learning environment.
So you are seeing some of the things that we definitely saw as well, because again, we had teams that were in individual groups working through these. And so as you pull it all together, you start to see natural overlap in areas where they're connected. And so that's definitely going to be part of the work for our steering committee to parse out and figure out, where does that piece live in the goal statements? And does it need to only be in one area for that alignment, or are we okay that it's showing up in different places? And then ultimately, what do we mean by that, and operationally defining it?
So I just jumping into student learning again, I like the broad brush that it paints with their learning experiences to empower them for their future. And you touched on it a little bit with, I'd like to see maybe the graduate profile kind of looped into that somehow. So I think that for me is just something that stuck out.
All right, we're getting ready to tell them to go. Do y'all have anything else for us?
I promise we'll be back.
Right. I
with lots more drafts.
I wanted to add that I feel like I read over this and I just want to give y'all a shout out, because it's so much of the conversation that we've had for, over a year. And it just shows that y'all are really listening, and how y'all were able to put this into this format just blows my mind. So thank you.
So thank you for that, but I'm going to turn that back around. And actually, I think that's a testament to the work that you all have done, because what you see presented here in these goal statements is a reflection of what people are seeing in the vision, mission, and graduate profile and those core beliefs. And so that's where you're seeing that alignment. And so it is a testament to the power of the work that y'all have done. So thank you, because it's giving us the right foundation to move this work forward.
All right, thank y'all so much. Board members, we are going to move on to a wordy agenda item. Our governance item B5, the annual announcement regarding a continuing education of board members. This is specific. I have to say it a certain way. I have to read it all in. So I have got, look at this, 2 pages to read in. It's 2 years. So, all right, here we go. Under the State Board of Education rule, completing required continuing education each year of service is a basic obligation and expectation of any sitting board member. Last year, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, Commissioner Mike Morath temporarily waived board training requirements, and Texas Education Code Section 11.159 and 19 of the Texas Administration Code Section 61.1 until January 31st of I think it's supposed to say 2021. It says 2012, but I'm guessing it's 2021. This temporary suspension period provided trustees additional time to complete their continuing education requirements. Although an announcement regarding continuing education of board members was not required in 2020, trustees remained responsible for completing their continuing education requirements. This announcement will cover both the November 2019 through October 2020, and then November 2020 through October 2021 reporting periods. As board president, I am required to announce the name of each member who has completed, exceeded, or is deficient in meeting the required continuing education. I will tell you no one's deficient. Just give you a heads up there. Spoiler alert. The requirement for training is measured at the first anniversary of the date of the trustee's election or appointment, or 2-year anniversary of his or her previous training as applicable. There are 7 training areas for board member continuing education. Local district orientation for first-year board members. Orientation to the Texas Education Code, that's for first-year board members. Post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code. Team building. Additional continuing education, evaluating student academic performance and setting goals, which is required every 2 years, identifying and reporting abuse, trafficking, or other maltreatment of children, required every 2 years. The following first-year board members completed their local district orientation training for the 2020-2021 reporting period: Christine Maurer and Anna Smith. There were no first-year board members for the 2019-2020 reporting period. The following first-year board members completed the orientation training to the Texas Education Code training for the 2020-2021 reporting period: Christine Maurer and Anna Smith. There were no first-year board members for the 2019-2020 reporting period. The following board members completed post-legislative update to the Texas Education Code for the 80th legislative session training for the 2020-2021 reporting period: Trish Bodie, Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia, Alexis Grimes, Aaron Johnson, Christine Maurer, and Anna Smith. This training was not required during the 2019-2020 reporting period. Page 2. The following board members completed the annual team building training for the 2019-2020 reporting period: Trish Bodie, Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia, Alexis Grimes, Aaron Johnson. During this period, Christine Maurer and Anna Smith were not members of the board yet. For the 2020-21 reporting period, Trish Bodie, Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia, Alexis Grimes, Aaron Johnson, Christine Maurer, and Anna Smith. The following board members completed the additional continuing education training requirements for the 2019-2020 reporting period: Trish Bodie, Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia, Alexis Grimes, Aaron Johnson. During this period, Christine Maurer and Anna Smith were not members of the board yet. For the 2020-2021 reporting period, Trish Bodie, Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia, Alexis Grimes, Aaron Johnson, Christine Maurer, and Anna Smith. The following board members completed the biennial training on evaluating student academic performance and setting goals. For the 2019-2020 reporting period, no board members were required to take the training. But for the 2020-21 reporting period, Trish Bodie, Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia, Alexis Grimes, Aaron Johnson, Christine Maurer, and Anna Smith. The following board members completed the biennial training on identifying, reporting abuse, and trafficking. For the 2019-2020 reporting period, Trish Bodie, Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia, Alexis Grimes, and Aaron Johnson. For the 2020-21 reporting period, Christine Maurer and Anna Smith. Guys, one more. The following board members exceeded the requirement amount of continuing education training. For the 2019-2020 reporting period, Trish Bodie, Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia, Alexis Grimes, Aaron Johnson. During this period, Christine Maurer and Anna Smith were not members of the board. For the 2020-2021 reporting period, Trish Bodie, Gloria Gonzalez de Lacchia, Alexis Grimes, Aaron Johnson, Christine Maurer, and Anna Smith. That completes our report of our annual announcement regarding our training of board members. We will now move on to our operations. Board members, the next item up under C1 is consider approval of the 2021-2022 School Health Advisory Committee membership recommendations. Do you feel like you have enough information to move forward with this agenda item?
No. This goes to the committee conversation that we discussed previously, and as indicated at our last meeting, a need to talk about how and how many folks are nominated in compliance with statute and so on. We have not seen for review or discussion the bylaws. We have not looked at statute. We have not looked at other examples. So my answer to that question is no.
My answer is yes. I have enough information. We talked about it. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the recommended members for the 2021-2022 Student Health Advisory Committee with the addition of board member. Oh, I don't know. I didn't realize. I thought we had already appointed. No. Okay,
This
my
is for the
bad.
conversation
So
chat
back to back to there. Is anyone here interested in SHAC?
Serving on the SHAC?
I'm happy to continue serving. I feel like I haven't completed the work that I thought we were going to take up when this all came back to us at the end of last year. So I kind of like to try and get that finished.
I think we need to get started on it, especially with the new shock laws that came out with the new legislative session. I think the longer we wait on this, I mean, talk about making community members mad and not having their voice heard. I mean, this is a committee that I feel like we cannot wait. And I do feel like it's one of those committees that, you know, if there needs to be more guidance, then I guess, you know, that's what the SHAC committee's for. So I think we need to get on with it. And if you don't want to serve on it, Aaron, I'll do it, but I have a lot of other committees, so.
I'm confused. I thought I just said I did.
No, I'm just throwing that out there.
Okay.
So Aaron wants to be on it. We have Gloria feeling she has information to move forward. Anna, Aaron says, wait, I do want to have more discussions. So now I need other board members to weigh in. Aaron, do you want to weigh in more?
Just, yeah, one additional comment. As I indicated the last time we talked about this, I have withheld submissions of names for this committee because we haven't had this conversation. So I'm still holding those names because I don't know how else to force the conversation.
At the last meeting, we talked about submitting our names so that we could approve them at this meeting. So is there anyone else who's interested in serving in SHAC? And otherwise, I will make a motion.
If I may, one of the key questions is how many folks to nominate and what the SHAC's going to look like. We haven't had that discussion. So that was the whole point behind delaying naming folks to this committee until we had clear direction on how we were going to proceed.
So I have a question. It says in our bylaw, our recommendations for SHAC membership meets the requirement as set forth in the bylaws. Is that the bylaws for SHAC? Because I feel like, and please correct me if I'm wrong, Aaron, you're wanting to dive deep into the bylaws, which I personally feel very strongly about the SHAC committee being part of that conversation.
So the SHAC committee brought us bylaws last year, right? What we didn't do was review those bylaws, particularly as they pertain to things that are included in statute that only the board can do. The statute doesn't require bylaws. That was something the committee decided to offer or create to try and add structure. So I think my recommendation isn't necessarily that we have to dissect all of the bylaws, but this is a board-appointed committee with statutory responsibility, and I think we have to ensure that what's in the bylaws and the way that the committee is conducted complies with the statute. So we do have a board responsibility here, and I feel like we haven't performed that responsibility because we haven't looked at those bylaws and we haven't talked about the composition of the committee.
But SHAC hasn't met this year, is that correct? So they wouldn't have had an opportunity to review those bylaws, is that right?
You're right, SHAC has not met this year because we haven't appointed the new members to SHAC this year, but the SHAC that was created last year brought us these bylaws.
So that should, I guess I'm just having a hard time understanding that we had committee last year get a hold of these bylaws, right? Set us up, right? And now here's a new year, right? Like every year with committees. And to me personally, I feel like that this would be a fantastic time. You've got new people on there. You get you're bringing in your bylaws. You get that conversation. I think that's just where I'm kind of missing. Like, why can't you already have this committee established and have that conversation with the members we have on this list? Because there were other members that weren't appointed, right? Like SHAC is also application. Is that correct? Because there's people on there that I didn't appoint.
That's part of the problem, right? Is we don't have clear indication of who gets on the shack or how. The statute says that folks who serve on the shack do so by appointment of the board. Now, I think we've heard legal suggestion from our attorney that approving this list could constitute appointment, but in my opinion, that's not really what's contemplated in the statute. The statute talks about having at least 5 people on the shack, not 5 per board member. That's a whole nother thing. That creates a shack of 35 plus, right? And as I indicated before, when I shared the example of Austin ISD, it's 2 people per board member, and then they also offer the superintendent several appointments, right? Part of the challenge here is our shack is so big that participation starts to feel a little bit, I mean, if I come or if I don't come, nobody's gonna know, nobody's gonna care because there's so many other people there. We really need folks who are going to attend consistently, participate, and do the work, and the accountability back to the board is something that I think is really important, and frankly is, I think, contemplated in the statute exactly because of that appointment expectation. So again, there are a number of things here that we haven't discussed. We don't have to have bylaws at all, right? Shacks operate all over the state without bylaws. But where a shack, which is a board-appointed committee, is going to operate with bylaws, it seems to me that the board should review those bylaws and say, this committee that we organize and that meets to serve us and our district is using bylaws that we approve. So the shack approved them, the shack brought them to us, and we just kind of said thank you and have a nice day. And we never reviewed or discussed those, which is what I have been expecting for months.
So I was just looking at the bylaws and then the list, but isn't it helpful to actually review the list in view of the bylaws? So it's kind of like it says each trustee may appoint up to 5 individuals. So then you look at the list and go, is there 5 people, or is there no more than 5 people by appointed by any member of any trustee, and then just kind of go through it that way.
That's one of the core questions and maybe one of the core problems with the bylaws, right? The statute comes first.
Yes.
And then the bylaws come second if we agree that we're going to bind ourselves to those bylaws in terms of the appointment, right? Mm-hmm. One of the other potential challenges here is if the shack changes the bylaws and changes who we appoint or how we appoint them, that seems strange to me, right? They shouldn't have that authority because that authority is vested in us through the statute.
But we know how that came about last year was people were upset about the number of staff that were on the shack last year.
Sure, there were a number of motivations for it, and I guess my concern is ensuring that our statutory responsibility stays vested in us and isn't ceded to some other process because of bylaws, which are super statutory.
But in accepting, well, if they came with the bylaws, the whole discussion about whether the shack bylaws like are binding, well, I guess there's a statute or in conflict with the statute. Shouldn't that have been determined at the time those bylaws were brought to the board?
Yes.
Okay.
And every opportunity since then.
All right.
Which is exactly what I'm asking for.
So are you done? Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt. I guess, so the only problem I have with that is, so, you know, there are board members who have appointed individuals, right? And, I mean, I guess, so what, they stay, and then those individuals who are not appointed, we remove them from the list?
I would like to make sure we all get on the same page, but then we can move forward with this conversation. This reminds me of when I talked to some students today. They were working on their AP research project. And I was talking to one student, I was like, I think you've just bit off a 4-year project and you're trying to get it in just a couple of months. There are many steps, I think, to the process of what I'm hearing Aaron propose. At least that's what it's sounding like to my ears. I'm open to more suggestions. But not only do I hear us saying we want to look at all the district committees, we want to look at all the statutes, we want to compare and see how we're running that, and we don't want to appoint any further people on committees until we get that process done, I think might be a problematic way of implementation. I agree that it's better if you can do it before, but at this process, we have SHAC that's ready to go. We have a lot of things that are going to be implemented. So I just want to make sure that I understand as a board, do y'all not have enough information to do this? And I guess my question for Aaron is, do you think there'll be so much significant change that it prohibits you from being able to move forward with this? You feel that this is that far out of alignment? Because I'm looking at statute. I know you've seen statute. We know that our lawyers worked with and with our SHAC on bylaws. There's nowhere in statute that we have to approve bylaws, nor should we technically according to statute, nor do you see other districts doing it because we looked at other districts' policies on it. So I just want to make sure I understand kind of where we're wanting to go overall.
I'm confident I don't understand your compound question.
Do you think that the district is so far off from statute and what their bylaws are that it prohibits us as a board, or you as a board member, from feeling confident with moving forward on doing these members to the SHAC committee?
Number one, I don't know what a proper review is going to produce in terms of a recommendation. I have no way of handicapping that. So I have no way to judge how similar or different the ultimate recommendation may be. Second, my appointees or potential appointees have not been added to this list. So if the board proceeds to approve this list tonight, then I need some other path to get my appointees included. But I think we still have a problem because now we're essentially operating according to bylaws that we haven't reviewed.
Put it out there. I move that the Board of Trustees approve the recommended members for the 2021-2022 Student Health Advisory Committee with the addition of board member Aaron Johnson.
Second.
I have a motion from Anna and a second from Alexis. Are there any other discussions? Aaron, you've mentioned that you might like an amendment that says that you can go ahead and put names on here. So would you like to add that amendment to the motion?
I don't need an amendment to the motion if board members agree that there's provision to add folks after.
I would like to put some type of date on it because I thought we did that at the last board meeting, and obviously we haven't yet, and SHAC needs to get started. So we don't need to put an amendment, but can you say that you're going to get it done by a certain timeline so that SHAC can move forward?
I will provide those names as soon as possible.
As soon as possible mean by Friday? Does it mean in a week?
I'm not going to comply to some artificial deadline that you enforce.
So then I vote no, that we were supposed to turn them in, and it's time to move forward.
If this motion's approved, then the SHAC moves forward with or without my names, right? So long as the administration's willing to accept my nominees, I'm good.
Would we have to get board approval for those nominees since we're approving this list?
We would need to at some point come back to do
Correct.
Approval. And I'm, at this point, board members, we have a motion and a second on the floor. If there's no other amendment, it's outside of the bounds for us to talk about a possible amendment unless somebody's going to offer amendment language. Does that make sense? So if nobody provides amendment language, we won't have amendment language.
I'd love to add an amendment to allow Sade and Aaron to add board members to add recommendations to this list, but I'd like us to set some timeline on there for them to be able to do that so that Brandon can move forward with that. And I think Sade needs some time to get those names on there as well as Aaron.
I'm good with that.
Amend that. Oh.
No, yeah, say your amendment with the next board meeting date.
that you would, that our board members that haven't submitted names, Aaron Johnson and Sade, will get those names submitted to administration prior to the next board meeting on November 4th.
Second.
Okay. The amendment has been made by Gloria, seconded by Alexis. So first, we have to vote on the amendment, and then we will vote on the motion as amended. So all those in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 6 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Oh, 1 nay. Nay or abstain? A nay. Okay, a nay. All right, and now we have the motion as amendment. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 6 ayes. All those opposed? A nay. 6 ayes, 1 nay, motion carries. All right, we'll move on to the Internal Audit Department Quarterly Report.
Good evening. I made it here before 12 o'clock this time. Woohoo! I think I can do this. Okay. As required, I give a quarterly update, and you have the information in front of you. Does anybody have any questions on any of the projects that we're doing or timelines or anything like that? All right.
Thank you. Thank you for doing, I mean, it's been a start and stop process through COVID. You are doing an amazing job. Thank you.
And then regarding the status update report, does anybody have any questions on any of those items?
Board members?
All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right. We'll consider approval of the guaranteed maximum price number 3 for elementary 29.
All right, this will be my first GMP since Mr. Dissler isn't here tonight. So the information is in front of you, asking for approval for the amount of $500,000 for GMP number 3 for elementary 29.
I move that the board approve GMP number 3 in the amount of $500,000 for elementary 29.
I second.
I have a motion from Christine, a second from Anna. Is there any other questions? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 6, 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. All right, we'll move on to the annual investment report. Great job, Laura Lynn.
I have 30 seconds to say good evening. Good evening, good morning, whatever you might want it to be. I have a report and a couple of action items left for you this evening. First of all, we have the annual investment report that is provided in compliance with the district investment policy, which requires an annual report of investment activities. So the biggest takeaway from this report is that investment earnings are down significantly from 1920. In that year, prior to the impact of COVID, we had earned $5.4 million on investments. For 2021, the prior fiscal year, earnings came in at $1.2 million. On page 4 is a benchmark comparison of the district's overall performance. So while our investment earnings decreased, you can see compared to the overall rates for the investment pools and the 90-day T-bill, the district met or exceeded returns by the pools and greatly exceeded the return on the 90-day T-bill with an average return of 49 basis points on securities and 26 basis points for the year. However, most of our highest yielding securities have matured, and so for this year, we're struggling to find investments yielding over 15 basis points. Last spring, as part of our depository contract, we did negotiate 16 basis points on deposits, so you'll see that we're keeping more in the bank than we are in investments. And finally, I hope that none of them are awake watching this, but I would like to commend my staff for spending a lot of time and putting together a really robust investment report this year. So that's an information item. And then related to that, you have item 9C5, which requires the board review the district's investment policy on an annual basis. That is board policy CDA, legal and local, and we are recommending no changes to CDA at this time.
Board members, this item is an action required. Does that mean you're asking for a vote this evening?
Yes, I will need
Okay.
approval of confirming the investment policy.
So do we have questions or we need a motion?
Because this is 9C4?
5. 9C4 was the actual report. And then I just smoothly moved into 9C5.
You just transitioned right into there. Okay.
So smooth we missed it.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve a resolution adopting investment policy and investment strategy as presented, reflecting no changes to policy.
I second.
Motion from Alexis, second from Anna. Any other discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
And then if we move into 9C6, annually we're also required to approve or review, revise, and approve the list of qualified brokers authorized to engage in investment transactions. And we are removing one broker and adding another. The one we are removing is no longer providing these services, and so we've added another, so we have additional options. And the second piece of that is to approve independent sources of training for the investment officers, and we are adding Texas Range, which was formerly known as Texas Term. And so I'll need approval of that as well.
Board members, we do need either a question or a motion. Question if you haven't, motion if you don't.
I move that the Board of Trustees approve a resolution approving list of authorized brokers, dealers, and a resolution approving list of authorized providers of investment training.
I second.
Motion from Anna, second from Christine. Any other discussion? All those in favor, please vote aye. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. We're moving on to, it looks like the Business and Finance Monthly Report. Anything there?
I have nothing of interest to point out in those. Everything is business as usual.
All right, thank you so much, Elaine. That concludes most of our agenda here. I'm going to do a bit of board meeting debrief. If you'll notice, we were talking about continuous improvement instruments. So as you were walking to closed, we've got up there our first start at a continuous improvement instrument for the board meetings. How are we doing? Do you feel energized or hopeful? Do you feel like you had the right information? It's not going to be a specific number. It's just kind of a where you feel. We're going to try it a couple times, see if we get good data. Laura Lynn's going to be in charge of trying to compile that for later. But if you're walking to close, if you could fill that out, that would be great. Closed session is now where we're getting ready to head. So it's 12:05, and we are getting ready to go to closed session for purposes permitted by the Texas Government Code 551.071, consultation with attorney regarding pending or contemplated litigation and our attorney-client privilege matter. Texas Government Code 551.074, personnel deliberate the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment duties of public officer or employee. Texas Government Code 551.0821, deliberation regarding matters whereby personally identifiable information regarding one or more students will be disclosed. Texas Government Code 551.076, deliberation regarding internal security audit and discussion with the chief audit executive. Texas Government Code 551.074, deliberation and consideration of employment area superintendent. There will be no actions in closed session. We will all come out to open session to do any further action. All right, board members, it is 12:58 and we are back in open session. Do we have a motion from closed?
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendation of Angela Hodge for School Improvement Area Superintendent, 1-year probationary employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
I second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Gloria. All those in favor, please raise your hand. 7 ayes, no nays, motion carries.
I move that the Board of Trustees accept the recommendations for teacher employment contract for personnel additions as presented in accordance with the salary scale, policies, and contract of Leander Independent School District for the 2021-2022 school year.
Second.
I have a motion from Anna, second from Gloria. All those in favor, please raise your hand.
No, Alexis, no.
7 ayes, no nays, motion carries. Board members, there's nothing else on our agenda. We're not going to do a second part of a debrief. Just remember to fill out your little dots and have a good evening. With that, we adjourn.